Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to VidaneTV. Man, oh man, it has been a long time, it feels like, since I've been able to say those words. Well, those words, easy enough for me to say. See, got a little ring rust already. Showtime Paul Strickland Jr. here, as always, joined alongside me, a newcomer here to the booth in VidaneTV, Daniel Paulus Jr. Daniel, thank you so much for joining me here tonight. We're here with the VidaneTV 200. Presented by Liberty Racing League, and man, oh man, first off, how are we feeling tonight?
Well, I'm feeling very excited here tonight, Paul. It is Talladega. You never know what's going to happen here. It's very unpredictable. Can't wait to see how this race shakes out tonight.
Absolutely. 43 of Sim Racing's best drivers here this evening, going to be battling for some big money on the line. The team of 4 drivers going to walk away with 500 big ones, and the overall winner, $100 going to his pocketbook, his wallet, his folder, however you want to call it, there as well. Taking a look at timing and scoring, got a couple of bugs here. Drivers have the initials of the team that they are representing in their nickname, and it's kind of messing with us just a little bit here in the booth, so bear with us as we work through the evening. 200 laps here at Talladega, 500 miles, $500 on the line, and oh, by the way, some pretty fantastic trophies presented by Conway Customs and Ashton Reiki putting those together here for us. And you can take a look at the starting grid. Stephen Kurros, the Sean Hill machine, Zachary Lima, and Cody Nagels, all DC drivers, all Dale Cup drivers, front 4 guys on the same team. And you're taking a look through that starting grid, the top 12 rather, on your screen.
For sure. And with money on the line, you know what that means? The aggression's going to be pumped up. So never know what's going to happen here. It could be a big one early on in this race.
100%, and getting everything worked through here. A little bit of ring rust in the production trailer, but like I said, we'll get it worked out here. It's a long night, long ways to go, and we got a short time to get there. And man, oh man, you can see these drivers lined up 2 by 2 all the way through the field, getting ready to do battle for 500 miles here at Talladega Super Speedway, the virtual Talladega Super Speedway, and it's great to get these guys all together and have ourselves a little bit of a race coming out of turn 4. There goes the safety car. He's going to dip on down to the safety of pit road and let these drivers go at it for a little bit of money on the line.
As you see the 027 car of Steven on the inside, making his way to the start-finish line, coming out of the triangle. Green flag is in the air. We're on their way from Talladega.
Getting these drivers up through the gears. As you can see, the paint scheme's beginning to load up on screen here. We apologize for the inconvenience, but hey, we'll get it all sorted out here. 2 by 2 throughout the field, going into 1 and 2 for the very first time. Again, long night on the docket, 200 laps at Talladega Super Speedway. We saw some Super Speedway racing throughout the winter months with this Liberty Racing League. Batman, the 04 car, in this field here tonight. Mark Mann claiming that WWE-style championship belt, throwing it over his shoulder in only a fashion that he could, and making sure that everybody knows the Liberty Racing League right now acknowledges him as their tribal chief. 2 by 2 all the way throughout the field here. A couple of drivers lagging back on that high side, trying to find out where their teammates are, trying to find out where their enemies are, and do a little bit of research, put a little notes in the back of the proverbial notebook and see who they're going to be able to work with throughout the evening here tonight.
For sure, you're going to want to hook up with your manufacturer teammates and your regular teammates or your alliance teammates here at Talladega, because you never know what's going to happen. Most of your teammates could be out of this race by the end of the night, or you could all be in it for the win it deal. So you never know. As you see, the 027 is Steven on the inside of the 29 of Zachary Lima going into turn 3.
Cody Nagel's right up there as well in the number 6 car, making the high side happen. The front 2 cars in both of those lines representing Dale Cup, and lots of different team names, some familiar names throughout the field here. Dale Cup, Bad Boys Racing, a couple of single entries. Jared Bolliard, Leon Keniston, easy enough for me to say, and Nick McClellan running for that $100 at the end of it. Bar Racing, Bad Company Racing, Hubka Motorsports, Total Speed Racing, as well as the NTO4 guys, TRT Upfront Motorsports, and once again Bar Racing. And we're going to try and get as familiar with as familiar with these teams. Easy enough for me to say. It's going to be a long night, folks. As familiar with these names as possible and these teams. And once we get everything all wrapped up, we'll get the final word from league official Wes Hogue at the end of the night. We'll get to talk to him a little bit about the plans for the winter months as well here. But real racing season kicking things off. Stafford Motor Speedway unfortunately getting rained out this weekend for Spring Sizzlers, so did a little bit of streaming on the GTA side of my my thing here to kind of make up for empty time on the weekend. But they got that rescheduled for a couple of weeks out, and got to get out there, represent and support all of your local short track racers. It's fun to do the iRacing thing in the winter months, but man, oh man, got to get outside and support those local short tracks.
For sure, for sure. As you see, still side by side here, battling. That outside lane looks like it has a little more momentum than the inside lane. As you see, the 29 of Zachary getting a little push to take that lead away from the 027, but that 07 right there of Sean Hill is really being a good pusher right now.
A lot of these names throughout the field we're very familiar with the Liberty Racing League. A couple of drivers in other various leagues that kind of worked with us here at VidaneTV. And you can see some of the best super speedway racers in this Liberty Racing League over the past 6-7 months, and really put on some really good shows at VidaneTV, working lap number 5 here. And you can see everybody holding a real good line, kind of monitoring I think you'll see the aggression definitely pick up later on in the race, but for right now, everybody looking pretty steady.
Yeah, I think the drivers are going to stay pretty calm right now. They know it's early on this race, and they don't want to wreck out because they want them big bucks at the end. But I don't see any aggression until towards the halfway point or towards the end of the race.
We've met the Dale Cup guys. That's Zachary Lima, Stephen Krusek, Cody Nagels, and Sean top 4. Taking a look, NTO4 racing. Those guys have run together in the Liberty Racing League and many other sim racing leagues as well. That's Rob Collier, Kevin West, Wes Hogue, Taylor Lasowski. These guys running as a team. TRT Racing is going to be Bradley Wright, Kristen Dager, Cody Kelly, and for TRT Racing. Alliance Motorsports, the champ, the 04 car of Mark Mann, Rick Seabrans, Anthony English, and James Mayer running in that 95 car, still side by side throughout the field here. And you can see some of these drivers kind of using some team paint schemes. Other drivers just kind of going with what works for them. The 83 car taking a peek down low. Hot Kevin West, you can see that's the trailer park dude at TikTok. That is a fantastic paint scheme for the number 17. If you're not following him on TikTok, what are you doing? Trailer park dude. Make sure you let him know if VidaneTV sent you as well. But Upfront Motorsports, Taylor Peacock, Chris Cinnamon, Chris Blanchard, and Ted Baylor Racing, Bobby Anderson, Jax Duval Crawl, Steve Loomis, Richard Swingle as well. And we'll get to some of the more teams here throughout the night as we go on. But man, oh man, great racing so far. We got that third line starting to kind of make a little magic happen up towards the front.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to start a third line right now, because if somebody makes one little mistake, that's gonna create a chain of a wreck here. So I don't know. You think it's a little too early to do 3-wide racing?
No strange to being up front. We see him up front many Tuesday nights here in the Liberty. High, wide, and handsome action up on the high side. You could do that here at Talladega. Nice smooth pavement going around here, and we've seen these drivers kind of rotate through these super speedways, Talladega Super Speedway, Daytona, as well as iRacing Super Speedway, with different cars here as well. So a lot of these guys run the Monkey Daytona with the 1987 Cup cars. Here, nice smooth sailing, really holding on and showing that they can go 3x3.
So you see the 38 of Wesley Hogue sitting there on the outside lane trying to push the 02 car of Rob, trying to take that lead there. But that inside lane is really strong right now. I don't know if they're going to get by him.
You can see the bottom line there only holding 4 cars, and a couple of drivers kind of trying to peek out a line just a little bit. The 38 car mentioned running up on that high side. He is hungry. Went through the Liberty Racing League, didn't even win a race in his own league. That's how strong the competition was here on Tuesday nights. And he wants to get himself a win here in one of the special events here and prove that he's no slouch when it comes to super speedway racing. Getting on the back bumper now of the 02 of Collier, the 29 car. There in the middle groove, that's Zachary Lima, the 027 of Stephen Corus up there as well. Cody Nagels, EJ Daniel, Sean Hill, Taylor Lasowski, and Aaron Matthews, and Chris Hupka, the top 10 as they run.
Don't forget, super speedways, there's always first-time winners here and there, so we could see him be a first-time winner here tonight.
And that's exactly what everybody's going here for this evening. They want to get that first win. They want to get any win and make sure they finish the money with their team as well. And, oh, by the way, got to make sure that you keep those trophies in mind by Conway Customs. Got a fantastic picture of them up on the Facebook page. You can see that these drivers hungry. They want a little bit of the action. They want a little bit of the gold, and they want a little bit of the hardware as well.
They sure do. From 3 wide racing, and we're only on lap 10. I can see the aggression already. As you see, whoa, I don't know if there was a little contact back there, but it looks like the 38 might be slowing down, so is the 02. I don't know what happened there. Might get a little contact, but let's stay green here.
Yeah, you can see the high line kind of dissipating. Taylor Lasowski in the top of the bell ride up back. Make that 3 wide, try and make that 3 wide happen. Looks like everybody else going to kind of tuck in and remember that they've got a long 190 laps to go here at Talladega. A handful of pit stops here as well. And one of the things to keep in mind, these drivers are able to use one quick repair throughout the year. You don't want to use that too early on, but always want to make sure you got to kind of have that in your back pocket towards the end of the run.
For sure, as you see, the 027 car still in the lead here. Been very strong here so far, but look at the push at the 83s. Again, you see him shuffling back and forth here, and you don't want to get on that left side of the quarter panel there, because if you do, that will turn them.
The 02 and the 38 drafting hard up on that high side, and that just shows how long those have been racing together on the NTO4 back in the 2004 era of sim racing console games and such. And these drivers, those guys really know kind of their racing styles, their driving styles, when to brake and when to hammer down. And you can see right now the NTO4 guys hammering down up on that. Holding on pretty strong for 2 cars, and it looks like they're going to start to get a little bit of help. The 38 car, one of their teammates, Wes Hogue, going to try and peek up there as well.
And if more cars join them on that outside lane, as you see right there, going down the back straightaway, they will have a strong enough run that I believe that they will get around to take the lead, maybe.
See teammates lining back up, and there's the trailer park dude, number 17. Got to get a good shot of that number 17 car. Look at that. TikTok colors, trailer park dude on TikTok. Oh, a little bit of contact there, trying to get a little bit of TV time there on the inside lane. Christian Antonio back here as well. Wes Hogan, the 38 car, dropping back. Oh, no, he's not dropping back. It's just those front 4 rows are side by side by side by side. Lots of action throughout here. We're 3 wide, 9 rows deep.
Oh, a little contact there between the 38 of Wesley Hogue, it looks like. But, I mean, I can't believe the pushing going on in the outside lane between the 83 of Taylor there and the 02 of Rob. Looks like they've been here before, and they've done it here well enough that they know how to push here, right? And they can possibly take this lead here if they keep doing it.
And just getting into this race, you can see from the blimp, 3 wide racing all the way throughout the field. Beautiful shot there from the grandstands as well. Got to thank TrackCams 22 for the incredible work they do with the iRacing cameras that you can download. $20 entry fee for each of these drivers throughout the main event here tonight. And each of these drivers, well, they paid their own entry fee. No major sponsors or anything like that. Just some of the best sim racers here on super speedways, and they are showing right here why you need to be tuned in to VidaneTV on Tuesday nights, especially when Liberty Racing is in town. And man, oh man, without having a huge major brand jumping in as a sponsor, these admins put in a whole bunch of work to really make sure that we get entertained here, and makes it as easy as it possibly can here for the production trailer. Just up here, a couple of guys watching a little bit of racing and shooting and really getting impressed with just how steady these drivers are holding lines.
Surprised they weren't wrecking yet there.
Some of the drivers elect to kind of back up just a little bit. 3 wide action, kind of a tornado there. And you can see there's about 30 drivers right up in the mix here. Started with 43 on the docket. Looking like 30 of them right now still out on track, and it's still being led by Dale Cup. Those drivers up in the top 4. But Taylor Osowski in that 83 car, the Taco Bell ride, going to get edge up just a little bit. And you can see getting into the corner is going to lose a little bit of that traction. But man, oh man, these drivers lined up bumper to bumper throughout the field.
Nothing changing here at Talladega just yet. Everybody's just playing it cool, calm, and collective. I don't see any aggression right now. Maybe a little contact here and there, but nothing too major.
We'll definitely see business pick up later on in the race, but these guys right now kind of doing their homework, what they need to do to get up towards the front. And we've seen many different styles of drafting throughout super speedway racing, whether it be in the iRacing simulator or even in the NASCAR Cup Series, Xfinity, Truck Series, ARCA Series, all that stuff. Lots of different styles of cars, lots of different styles of draft. And here you can see pack racing in full effect. And one of these drivers up in the top 3 lines, they can lead in any lap. Back up into the wall. Looks like that may have actually been a motor that let go, unless it was just a little dust up with that outside wall.
I don't know who that was, but someone tells me it was that black car right there behind the black and yellow car behind this 3 wide pack here. I don't think it was his motor. I think he just got into the dust up there and the turn just sent him into the wall a little bit. Nothing major. You see we're still 3 wide going into turn 2. Nothing changing here as you see the outside lane now a little struggling there, but look at this run that they're going to get down the back straightaway.
No harm, no foul. We are clean and green working lap number 17, and you can see these drivers doing that snake action down the back straightaway, trying to keep up with the guy in front of them, making sure they stay in that draft and they keep their line up, pushing up towards the front. Oh, contact! Ball the 38 car around.
There we go. That's half of the pack. It's the big one.
100%, and you can see drivers still slamming on in. There's a good shot of the 88 car. Man, oh man. Caution flag flies on 17.
He's missing a hood there, looks like. 72, 38, there was some damage. Looked like it all started with the 17 possibly coming down in front of the other driver there. Not sure. We're going to get a replay here in just a second.
Yes, we'll back that up on the U-House Racing Designs instant replay, and I'm going to have to take a look at this one from the blimp because there was a lot that was going on track, and a lot of drivers involved, a lot of drivers probably a little bit on the upset side on the radio, but here you see it taking a look from the YRD blimp. 3 wide action all the way throughout the field. Keep an eye there. You see one of the cars, I believe it's the 47 car, up into the 38 car. There you can see 17 of Kevin West involved, the 12 car involved as well. Handful of drivers back here piling on in through the smoke. Just nowhere for these guys to go. The track being clogged up almost all the way through. And one of the things you'll be able to see, Jax Duval in the 84 car getting a piece of the action as well. But these guys are going to be able to use that quick repair if they can get down to pit road. But that's early on, 17 laps into this one. We'll take a look at what these guys saw coming in through the wreck.
Just trying to avoid mayhem here. Just trying not to run into each other. There's just nowhere to go. The track's blocked. Couldn't slow down enough time.
Everybody trying to get back around, and you can see everybody up front going to come down pit road, and this is going to be interesting. We've not quite made a full fuel run here. Some of these drivers may just be taking fuel only. I'm sure we'll see some two-tire. I'll definitely see four tire stops here on the first pit stop here, and good thing for these guys, it's the first caution of the night, going to come out early on, and you can see that 25 car down and away already. Hubka just wanted fuel.
Looks like we're seeing the 44 on pit road. Most of these drivers getting their quick repairs done here. As you see, some of these cars having tons of damage right now, but it looks like we're going to probably get a splash of fuel, damage repairs, and maybe some tires here.
Yeah, lots of different strategies on pit road there. You can see some of the drivers involved in that wreck. And coming off of pit road there, you can see the 84 car of Jax Duval pointed in the wrong direction, losing a whole bunch of spots there, letting everybody kind of get by there as he came off of pit road. We'll see if we can back up the replay and take a peek at that. And that's one of your Championship 8 drivers back in the season. And we'll see if we can take a peek. We'll back it up on live TV because that's how we do it here at VidaneTV. There you can see coming off of pit road, a little bit of contact between he and the 77. The 77 car gets on the brakes, and I'm sure they waved at each other with all 5 fingers there at that point. And you can see some damage once again on the 84 car on the left-hand side. So that's going to be tough, using that quick repair and then getting damage just coming off of pit road.
As you see a little bit of damage there on the 84 coming out pit road from that minor incident there. Just going to re-rack them and send them back out.
Re-rack them, restack them, and to get them ready to rock and roll. And speaking of rock and roll, one of the guys we didn't get a chance to talk to earlier on here while I was mashing all the buttons in the production trailer is the big boss man, the rowdy one himself, Wes Hogue, putting on one hell of a special event here for us tonight. A little bit of an incident early on, but all in all, big picture. How are we feeling tonight, Wes?
Not good after that. That sucked. I didn't want to have that happen this early. Didn't use my fast repair. I had about two minutes of damage. We just got almost all of it fixed, so we'll see what happens here. Kind of ride and see what happens, but definitely appreciate everything you're doing there, Paul. It's a long way to go. It's only lap 18, so we're not completely down in the dumps yet, but not the way that we want to start this 500-miler.
100%. We'll let you get back to work. Lights off on the caution car. Good luck, man. Hopefully we'll talk to you after the show.
Me too.
Rowdy Wesley Hogan to restart back in the pack. You heard that from the driver himself. Did not use that quick repair. Elected to kind of beat on that thing for just a little bit. So if you can keep that car up to speed, keep it in one piece for 180 laps or so here at Talladega, may be able to keep that back pocket repair for later on in the show. But we're going to get that restart here on lap number 21. Taylor Lasowski going to be in the number 1 spot in the 83 car. Zach Lima on the outside of him. Sean Hill, Cody Nagels, Stephen Korosek, Rob Collier, DJ Daniels, Trey Whitestead, Hunter Carmichael, and Christian Antonio, the top 10 as they get ready to take the restart here on lap 21.
Now that we saw a big win early on this race, do we expect more? Do you think they're going to be more aggressive, or now that they saw that, they're going to try to stay collective here?
You know, it's really hard to tell. A lot of times you'll see the precautions breed cautions. Sometimes it'll kind of let the drivers know that, hey, maybe 3 wide this early on in this long of a race might not have been the best thing to do. But we're here on VidaneTV. We want to entertain the masses. We want to make sure that everybody at home is watching and tuned in, and we're live all over the place here tonight. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Give us a like, a follow, a subscribe, a share, all that good stuff, and let your friends and family know that you're watching a little bit of iRacing action here this evening. And also, be sure to shoot on over to Vidane.net. Get yourself some t-shirts, some hats, some sweatshirts, all that good stuff. Represent the iRacing community, your favorite iRacing drivers, and the leagues and broadcasters. With those short trackers out throughout the country, throughout the continent, really. Some folks tuning in from north of the wall, our friends up in Canada. How we doing there? And getting ready to take the green flag here at the virtual Talladega, and you can see the high side going to get a little bit of a jump. Taylor Osowski not quite getting up to speed. Going to be a little bit of a struggle down on that bottom side.
For sure, as you see the outside lane get a big run on this restart here, as you see the 83 there, trying to get third position, but nobody's on the bottom helping him right now. It looks like the outside lane has the advantage right now.
Yeah, and you can see the front pack kind of broken up in a very quick way. Just taking a look throughout the different camera angles here, almost single file here throughout, as everybody kind of regathering themselves off a pit road. They might not have gotten lined up the way they wanted to with some of their teammates. As you can see, a lot of those team paint schemes starting to get hooked up with each other. You can see the 23, the 96 working together, similar paint schemes on those rides, and there you can see it now that folks have kind of found their drafting partner. Took a lap or two, but here we go, 3 wide once again.
I don't know what these drivers were thinking about going 3 wide again, because we saw it didn't work early on this race and we caused the big one. Well, I don't know, maybe they're going to try to do it again, but this time not wreck.
One of the things to keep in mind here, and one of the things we heard a lot of these drivers talk about in practice and final practice here earlier on tonight, open setups. You can do whatever you want to these cars within obviously the parameters of the rules. So some of these drivers able to kind of tweak towards their liking and really kind of affect their driving style with that setup. Something the Liberty Racing League is usually used to, as we usually run with the fixed setup. So being able to kind of tweak that car as an iRacer or as a former iRacer, especially on these super speedways, really gives you an opportunity to kind of find your own edge. We can see a car coming off the exit of pit road here, going to rejoin the field, the front half of the field here anyway, about a 12-car race. And you can see from that wide angle shot about 5 points back, we've got another group of cars. It's actually about 5 seconds back as we look at timing and scoring.
Now the pack split up in 2 different packs here now. As you see the second pack, they're going to probably gain now on the front pack. Now they pulled away.
Working a lap number 23 here. You can see the 29 car still holding on to that lead. The Dale Cup drivers are still holding on to those top 4 spots. As you can see there, Rob Collier up in the mix, and the 02 car still up high, wide, and handsome up behind the number 92 car. And you can see everybody kind of moving up that high side now. You'll see some team orders there between the 23 96. Hey, you can jump on up high and maybe help these guys on the high side around.
And look at this 92 car getting that push once again from the 02. Trying to work the outside lane and then turn 3, but the outside lane, the inside lane are about dead even right now. As you see, the inside lane has the advantage in the corner, but on the front and back straightaways, the outside always has the advantage.
92 car of Hunter Carmichael representing Bad Boys Racing, doing that up on that high side. He's got that big car of Collier in behind his tire tracks, and you can see a couple of drivers kind of breaking away just a little bit. Those 2 teammates kind of split up between the high side and the middle side, and everybody else kind of lined up down on the bottom side, but not really pushing the issue here too much. You can see the 83 car kind of lagging back just a little bit, kind of giving everybody a little bit of room up front to find that comfort zone and again get back on the attack here as we get down into it.
As you see, the outside lane struggling a little bit right now. Just gonna need a little more cars on the top lane for it to work out, but man, they are just trying to get to the front here, but that inside lane and middle lane is just having the momentum right now.
See the guys up in the middle trying to hold on as hard as they can, but sometimes that momentum up on the high side and on the bottom side kind of works to this advantage. Working a lap number 26, lap traffic up in front of them. It's going to be the 97 car of Richard Swingle going a lap down. You can see some damage on the front of that 97 car up into the wall, but everybody gets by scot-free. Unfortunate for the 97 going a lap down here. Going to be an uphill battle to try and finish in the money. Got to remember, with these drivers paying that entry fee to get into the big show here tonight on VidaneTV with VidaneTV 200 here on a Sunday night. Sunday evening. This is Sunday night. It's about 7:30. Almost called it an afternoon, but the top 4 drivers, or the top team of 4 drivers, going to get themselves $500 to split however they see fit. And then the overall driver that wins the race, they get $100 to their name as well. A couple of other drivers coming on the pit road there as well. Going to go a lap down, but they're also going to get themselves a little hardware here this evening. Some great trophies put together. Our buddy Ashton Reiki over there at Conway Customs. And we got some great photos over on Facebook. Be sure to check those out on the VidaneTV page, as well as the Liberty Racing League page, and over on the Conway Customs page as well. Be sure to give them a like and let them know VidaneTV. You can see things up front still trying to get sorted out just a little bit. I think at this point, the guys are just kind of doing their homework. They're seeing where their car runs good, who they can kind of work with, and what they need to do later on.
The drivers are just like trying to figure out their lines right now. They're just trying to see how their car handles, because with the sun out right now and the track heat going up and up, it's going to make your car a lot more slicker and more harder to control. So they want to be kind of careful here with already one quick repair. So we're just going to have to see how these cars handle. They are going to handle different throughout this race, and you're going to see that as the race progresses on.
29 cars still on the lead lap, and that second pack starting to gain that ground right back, and now it is one great big pack with a little bit of momentum on the side. They're going to get a little bit of a slingshot action if they wanted to take some of that draft and maybe go up around some of these drivers on the outside. Saw a good shot of the Wu-Tang Clan car. The Jax Duval ride showing the 84 car ain't nothing to mess with that damage and all after using that quick repair, still in this fight. And up in the lead draft. And we know here at VidaneTV and in the racing world, in the super speedway racing world, if you're on that lead lap and, well, you've got 4 tires on the car, you've got a shot at winning the big thing, the big show at the end of the evening. And we've seen stranger things happen on VidaneTV, for sure, and things that are strange, not so strange. Heating up front, 3x3, 3 rows deep, 9 cars under a blanket. And you can see just a huge snake of cars down on the bottom side of the racetrack. We mentioned the 92 car, Bad Boys Racing's Hunter Carmichael, his teammates Garrett Crawford, Warren Young, Aaron Matthews. The single entries we may mention as we were going through the starting lineup, Derek Bulliard, Leon Keniston, Nick McClellan in the number 10 car. The Dale Cup guys still up in the top 4, and with the different teammates, it's been cool to kind of see the ball racing. Jax Duval saw him with that damage. Steve Louis, Richard Swingle saw him in action earlier here as well. Bobby Anderson representing Bar Racing here as well. And just a cool kind of neat aspect to get a couple of friends together, or some teammates, or some guys that you run well together here, you work well, communicate well with on and off the racetrack, put it together and put your heads together and come home and finish in the money. And you can see the Dale Cup guys, they want the trophy, they want the hardware, they want all the gold.
And look at this second pack. Like I said, they will start gaining on this first pack here. As you see, the second pack is gaining, as now the 29 has taken the lead over to 027 and Steven. But look out, the 027 is back up to the front, and he's not done just yet.
Those front 4 cars doing a great job working together on the same team. 2 cars in the front 2 rows, really able to kind of control the pace of this race. But as you can see, it is hammered down. It doesn't look like anybody's saving anything here at this point. So one of the things we do have to keep in mind, we had that quick caution earlier on here this evening, but as we get later on into these runs, you're going to be able to kind of see which driver spent the extra time in practice pitting under green flag conditions. And we've seen some fantastic green flag runs, some long runs, multiple green flag stops in succession, but we've also seen some wonky pit road entries as well. So going to have to see who's going to mind their business, who's going to communicate with that, and see if they can get that good clean entry down if we do get those green flag stops.
Worst thing that ever happens during green flag stop call is that if you wreck on pit road or you overshoot your pit box or something just bad happens to you and you lose that time. And if you're not in a pack leaving pit road, forget about it. You are going to be out of the draft and you're going to be in deep trouble.
Sometimes you're kind of able to pick up somebody maybe off sequence coming down pit road to get that little bit of drafting help. If you don't have, like you said, 3 or 4 cars lined up, it's going to be tough to kind of hold on. You can see the 88 car going down a lap. Everybody kind of making a move. A little bit of contact up there in that front row as they scatter almost 4 wide, almost 4 wide up for the lead. They get it all sorted out. Back to 3 wide. Back to the safety of 3 wide racing here at Talladega.
I don't know why they're this crazy right now. We're only on lap 33. We're not even halfway. And we're trying to make it go 4 wide here. I can only imagine what the finish is going to be like.
Long way to go here tonight, and they mentioned the finish. A lot of these Liberty Racing League races have finished with some phenomenal wrecks, a couple of flips. You can check it out. There's actually a couple of flips over on the VidaneTV search page over on YouTube. Another reason to subscribe to that YouTube page if you haven't already. Give us the like and subscribe and all that good stuff as well. And trying to keep the racing action alive throughout the summer months. Going to be doing some on-track stuff myself at Stafford Motor Speedway and a little bit of people as well. So we're trying to keep the racing content as current as possible. And you'll also be able to catch up with a lot of familiar names over at VidaneTV, new website. We'll work on a lot of the names that you see here on the iRacing. You'll be able to see we kind of follow along throughout their real racing careers over on the VidaneTV page. And then once we get back into the fall months, we get ourselves working, calling ourselves some racing action 7 nights a week. You'll be able to catch up with all of the league action there as well. It's VidaneTV. Get it in your bookmarks now because it's going to be the go-to spot to get all your real racing and sim racing news.
I can't wait for that to happen because we are going to be covering so many new series, and I can't wait to see what is next for this network. As you see, 29 trying to get around the 027, but look at that third lane, still holding pretty strong there, heading down the back straightaway. See what happens here.
And you can start to see a lot of these drivers really starting to kind of push the issue with the 2-car draft. And you can see it's almost starting to kind of break that style. And it's always fun to see which drivers are paying attention to the broadcast from inside those sim rigs. As they have the broadcast up on their phone, they kind of listen in and they say, oh yeah, pack racing seems to work. Let's maybe try some of that 2-car tango stuff. And you can see here, trying to kind of break the way, but everybody's so close as far as the setup goes and really being able to kind of tweak the style of the car to their liking. It kind of makes for some tight pack racing. I don't know if we're going to be able to see any 2 or 3 drivers maybe break away, but if we get all 4 guys hooked up on the same team, you might see a little freight train action.
Might as well. Why not? It's Talladega. But as you see, 29 there gets a little shuffle there. As you see the 6 car of Cody going right in the 2nd place, right behind the 027 Stevens there. And there's another good pusher sitting there back and forth right now in the inside lane. That is the 07 of Sean Hill as they come into the tri-oval.
We apologize for timing and scoring there on the left-hand side of your screen. Drivers using the initials for their team that they're representing in the nickname, and it's kind of messing with us here in the production trailers. They can do with what we've got here at VidaneTV. That's kind of the name of the game, right? We do it live, and we do it as often as we can. The 027 is Stephen Korsak holding on to the lead. Cody Nagel's up there in 2nd. Rob Collier, Zachary Lima, Payne Faust up to the 5th position. Sean Hill, Christian Antonio, DJ Daniels, Kenny Height, and Hunter Carmichael back up into the top 10. Kevin just on the outside, looking in there, the trailer park dude, number 17 right there. You can see it down on the bottom side. Oh, a couple of drivers coming on down to pit road, it looks like, for a green flag stop. I gotta wonder if this is a little bit on the early side.
I really don't know. I feel like they should have went around lap 40, 45 here. It is Talladega. That's usually when the pit window is. But this is what I was talking about. You do not want to make a mistake right now on pit road, because if you do, that's going to cost you in the long run.
100%. Back up front, Rob and Ollie are going to inherit the lead. All 4 members of Dale Cup down on pit road, getting attention to their race cars. And then they're right back off pit road, it looks like. Fuel only stops for those drivers. A couple of other drivers jumping on in there as well. But kind of throw a monkey wrench into the fire here at this point. Does this force the hand of everybody else, or are they going to stay out here for a couple of laps? Well, there you see it. More drivers coming on down. Trailer Park, dude, big slide for the 17. Got to make sure you're up to speed here, or down to speed, pit road speed. As you can see, the 83 of Lasowski, the 44 down on pit road. Anthony English, Braden Arias, Cody Kelly down here as well. Rick Seabrins coming on to pit road. It's going to be fuel only for the 9 car on and off pit road. Hunter Carmichael now, the BDR driver, in 92. 22 spots gained on the evening so far. Granted, still has to come down and grab some fuel on this pit stop. But man, oh man, that 92 car showing he's looking pretty strong in that Camaro.
92 car does look strong tonight, but I feel like he's just sitting back relaxing right now because he doesn't really get any kind of damage right now. But I know we haven't talked a lot about him tonight, but he's pretty strong, so he might pop out of his shell by the end of this night.
More drivers peeling off to pit road. There you can see half dozen, 8, 9, 10 of them coming on down to get some service. Coming in a little bit hot. I believe that was Chris Blanchard in the number 4 car. I might be mistaken on that. But man, coming in hot, gonna have to get that sorted out. Actually, I think it's a 72 car if I'm looking at it right. Tough to tell. 72 car having some big time struggles with that ride. Finally gets it down to the attention of the crew. Very costly mistake here working lap number 40. You can see the entire pack already coming back around the exit of pit road. Payne Foss now up in the lead. 92 of Carmichael there as well. Christian Antonio, Kenny Height, and Jared Collier. Haven't mentioned his name all night up in the top 5, but again, going to be seeing who's going to come down pit road this time by.
Yeah, and now I kind of feel bad for that 72 car because now that he made a costly mistake, I think he's going to be all alone. You see the 13 there, gets a little loose wiggling on down pit road, keeps it straight though, no mistakes here. It looks like all the cars are coming in. You see the 40 there, looks like he had a little mistake coming on pit road. I'm not sure what happened right there, but so far so good.
Yeah, a couple of minor mistakes, but that just goes to show you there's some drivers spend the extra time to do those green flag pit stop practices, but a lot of drivers want to make sure that they get the drafting down pat. You can see these guys doing everything they can to get as much time on these drivers that are coming down pit road and making these minor mistakes. But the pressure's on now for everybody else that has to come down to pit road, and you can see 4 or 5 of them getting ready to line up down on the bottom side of the track, potentially coming down for pit stop number 2.
And here they come. Everybody's coming down. It's really hard to shift down all the way down to 50 miles per hour, 60, to get that good speed on pit road. You don't want to speed. That will be a costly penalty right there. Everybody looks like they're coming on clean, and as you see, the other pack here on the back straightaway looks like they're going to come around now. Possibly lap these guys down. Not sure. I think that the guys on pit road are going to get out on time.
You can see everybody that's made a pit stop already lined up single file around this racetrack, knowing the more cars that they have hooked up in the draft, the more they're going to be able to make a little magic happen. And there you can see that freight train blasting on by. There's probably 8, 9, 10 cars in that pack, and there you can see everybody else coming down pit road there as well. So a lot of these drivers going to lose a little bit of time, going to lose a lot of time, and maybe potentially get hooked back up later on into this one. But we saw these drivers, they were really compacted. They were 3 wide for 10 rows deep. Now they've got a little bit of breathing room here at this point. I think this is where we're going to start to see a little bit of moves happen.
For sure. I think they're going to start making moves pretty soon here as we're going on lap 43 here when we cross the start-finish line. Don't forget, the start-finish line is not in the middle of the tribal. It is at the end of the tribal, and that could cost you the win. You don't want to make that move too early.
We've seen both ends of that stick get played out here on VidaneTV, and we kind of questioned, or I kind of questioned anyway, if it was too early for those drivers to come down pit road, the Dale Cup drivers, Steven Korsick, Sean Hill, Zachary Lima, Cody Nagels. Oh, well, I guess the answer is I was wrong, because those 4 drivers up in at the top 4, holding on to it here at this point. if that's how they finish here at the end of 200 laps, that makes Wes Hope's night really easy because top 4 positions, that's just going to give you all the points to one league, or one team rather. They'd be going home with the $500 paycheck, and right now the 027 of Steven Korsek would be going home with that cool, crisp $100 bill, and well, all the hardware would get shipped to the same shop. So that'd be kind of easy to save a little money with shipping and handling, but still a long way to go. 157 laps to go here into this one, the VidaneTV 200. Be sure to shoot on over to VidaneTV, bookmark that website, because that's where you're going to be able to kind of keep up with some of the iRacers that do the real-world racing stuff. Going to be a lot of cool stuff getting added to that. And shoot on over to Vidane.net. Get yourself some merchandise, a little VidaneTV, hoodie action, t-shirts, hats, all that good stuff. Rent a race car, visual pollution. There's all sorts of stuff over there, as well as some Grand Theft Auto stuff as well. A little RP action. Shout out to the Stellar RP crowd tuning in over on Twitch. And well, that reminds me, we're live all over the place. We're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook. Give us that like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. Let your friends and family know that you're watching some iRacing action here on a Sunday night. And Daniel, you and I talked briefly here before we came on the air. You got some folks out there watching here tonight, right?
For sure, they are watching. They love NASCAR, and they want to see this amazing race here tonight. And I told them it is a pretty big field, so anything can happen, and they are very excited to watch the race.
Yeah, anything can and will happen here in the iRacing world, and it's crazy to see, because just like a real race car, you've got electrical demons, you've got electrical issues and mechanical issues, driver input issues. All that stuff translates into the simulator, into the computer game, and each one of these cars that you're seeing on your screen right now, if you're not familiar with the sim racing community, that's being driven by somebody either in their bedroom or their gaming room. Maybe they've got it set up in their garage or something along those lines. And each of these drivers are kind of working with each other, against each other. And there's some money on the line here tonight. $20 entry fee per driver, and that all got pulled up, and did a little bit of math, and the top 4 drivers, or the top team, rather, of 4 drivers, goes home with a paycheck of $500, and the overall winner going to take home that $100 bill as well as those trophies that you'll be able to see over on our Facebook page. We'll get a good shot of them here after the show, but you can see that front pack kind of holding strong right now. You use the term relaxed. It's tough to kind of use the word relax and think 180, 190, 200 miles an hour, but right now, relatively relaxed.
Beautiful field spread out now. I think we're going to have a long green flag here. Nothing going to change. I think they're all going to stay single file here for here on out.
And that, too, is going to be something that a lot of the virtual crew chiefs going to have to work with. You came down pit road. You got to kind of keep track when you came down. 21 drivers right now on the lead lap here still in this one. And that number may very well shrink if we stay green flag here at this point. A couple of drivers still kind of struggling with picking up drafting partners back towards the middle of the pack. They're trying to get kind of organized there. But a lot of damage car, the 79 car, big damage to the back bumper of that machine, just kind of sifting on through the field here. Little damaged, couple damaged race cars. You got to wonder, did they maybe use that quick repair too early? Are they kind of saving it for later on in the run? And we heard Wes Hogue say it under that first caution involved in that one. Had some damage, kind of worked on it a little bit, and didn't want to use up that quick repair. We could take a peek. Wes back here, kind of leading a pack of, I guess we could say, wounded race cars. 47 back there we saw was involved. 72 working around the track as well. The number 10 are right in behind there as well. So trying to just stay on the lead lap, up with the field, and potentially maybe use that quick repair later on in the show.
As you see, we're trying to get around the 933 car there.
A dangerous situation. Couple of lap cars on, one on the high side, one on the low side. Guys up front did a fantastic job, though. Splitting the seas, getting on around and getting lined right back up. As you can see, everybody else trying to get around the 12 car up on the high side, and kind of throwing a little bit of a monkey wrench into the mix, but getting it all sorted out. No harm, no foul. Crossing the stripe here for lap number 49.
And once we cross that start finish line again, we have 50 laps to go. until we reach 100 laps. So, here's what I'm thinking. Once it hits 100 laps, that is go time. That is when the drivers are going to start pumping up their aggressiveness, and I think that's when it's going to start getting crazy. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. Once these drivers get a couple of more of those green flag pit stops under their belts, they get a little bit more drafting under their belt here and kind of figure out who's doing what, how they do it on the racetrack, you're definitely going to see that aggression pick up. And a lot of beating and banging that we've seen here on VidaneTV with this Tuesday night league here with the Liberty Racing League, and a couple of new names sprinkled into the mix here as well. And right now, putting on a fantastic show. One quick incident earlier on in this one quick caution. Already seen some green flag pit stops throughout the night, and you got to wonder how the math is going to work out. Are we going to see some short pitting? Have we already seen some short pitting on this one? Lots of different strategies. These guys usually run anywhere between 60 and 80 laps here at Talladega, Daytona, any of these big tracks. 200 laps at Talladega, 499 miles, about 3.5 hours if we were to stay green for the entire time. That's a lot of decisions to make, a lot of different planning that you have to kind of go about, and that's one of the reasons I'm glad I'm in the commentary booth, not behind the wheel of one of these sim racing rigs here like I used to be, because that's a lot to think about while going 200 miles an hour.
And you know what? These drivers are probably going to be sleeping like babies tonight because their legs are going to be hurting after tonight.
Oh, 100%. A lot of these drivers with the steering wheels hooked up have their own rigs kind of built out. And you can see the trailer park dude, Kevin West, in the 17 car. He's got a whole rig set up. He does a lot of streaming. Check him out on Twitch. Check him out on TikTok. You can see a couple of drivers getting ready to get to put down a lap. These guys up front really putting on a heck of a show. Dale Cup running away with it, holding on to those top 4 spots right now, and they've really got a stranglehold.
In the top 5 and top 4, they're all DC cars. From first to fourth, they've been the strongest here tonight. Think anybody else is going to pass them here tonight for the win?
James Mara up in the mix as well. The Valvoline number 95 car, seen him a time or 12 here on VidaneTV. The champ, the 04 car, Batman and Mark Mann up in the mix as well, running in 6th. Anthony English, Rick Seabrans up there as well. A couple of the 04 guys, Taylor Osowski, Kevin West. They are up in the top 10. Hunter Parsons in the 1 car running 11th. Ted Wade, DJ Daniels, and Chris Hubka, the final couple of cars on the lead lap. As you can see, the leaders getting on down around. A little bit of slicey-dicey action up in the top 5, but it looks like it gets all sorted out, and we're cool, calm, and collected for the time.
Yeah, I think these drivers know that's a little too early in this race. So I think they're going to stay single file line. Nothing's going to change here. I think they're just trying to see how their car is going to handle throughout this race now.
A lot of drivers kind of realizing here at this point, working a lap number 52 on that straightaway. Oh, by the way, we're not going 80 laps. We're going 150 or so more. We got a little bit of time to kind of work on the game plan and get back up. So right now, though, really got to concentrate on keeping the equipment together, making sure that the car's in one piece. You don't want to get too much unnecessary damage or anything like that. And you want to make sure you're around. To finish the race, you got to first finish. And everybody kind of taking care of their equipment right now, taking care of themselves, making sure they're sipping on an ice cold beverage that these drivers sometimes choose their own. I had something for that. In one ear, out the other. It's weird when somebody else talks to the producer in their ear. You lose your train of thought really quick. But speaking of trains, these guys all hooked up, lined up, single file, bumper to bumper. It's got to be about 20 cars up in the mix.
You see the leaders now going around these lap cars. Going to go another lap down here, it looks like. And that is what you don't want to see. You don't want to be that driver right now being lapped down again. As you see those 07 there. Really good pusher here, like we said earlier on. Still holding on second, pretty strong here.
And you can see those top 4 drivers, the Dale Cup guys, really running away with the show here up front, holding on to those top 4 spots. James Mayer, Mark Mann, still riding, holding on to it, and just a handful of drivers now up on that lead lap, 20 or so as it looks like. These guys starting to kind of get lined up, tighten themselves up, and making sure that they've got that focus, making sure they could at least see the leaders from their rear view, because we're starting to see as these packs kind of dwindle away from the lead pack, these guys are just going to beat them up like yesterday's leftovers. So they come on around. You can see another driver going a lap down, giving us 15 on the lead lap here at this point.
A lot of moving around back there in the back of the pack there, but I think they're all just trying to stay single file line here and just hope there's a caution.
55 now, a long way to go. 200 laps on the docket here tonight. VidaneTV 200, presented by Liberty Racing League, and Conway Customs jumping on board here as well, putting together some pretty fantastic hardware for the winning team and the winning driver here in this race. And going to be excited to see what we have in the future here, especially coming up this winter and this fall with a newfound partnership there. Definitely see some more hardware getting awarded to some of the leagues, some of the drivers, and some fans and supporters as well, as we've got some great fans, great sponsors and partners and supporters throughout the real racing and sim racing communities. So we want to thank everybody for tuning in here tonight. And real racing stuff coming up. Man, oh man, Stafford, they got rained out this weekend. Unfortunately, Spring Scissor getting postponed for 2 weeks. So it's going to be just a little bit longer before this guy gets out to the local short track. But going to be exciting, supporting Rent a Race Car once again, with VidaneTV going to be sponsoring the number 6 street stock entry for the Rent a Race Car and fleet, rather, as well as throwing our support at the number 23 of Alex Bonato, third-generation race car driver, making his Stafford Speedway full season debut, going to be going for the Rookie of the Year. And that's kind of cool for me because I grew up, I watched Alex kind of grow up at the racetrack. Caution flag flies here tonight. Creighton Deeger went in the wrong direction, it looks like.
Just overcorrected the car there. 72. We saw him have issues early on pit road. See what happened here on this replay. Coming down the front straightaway here. Oh, looks like he was trying to come down, and the 10 was just down there, and he just got into the corn panel there and just sat him around there, and he got some pretty significant rear damage now.
So that's going to be a good news for a lot of the field. Going to be able to gather back everybody up into the same group, the same pack, as it were. Going to give everybody an opportunity here as well to pit under caution, make sure they get everything kind of finally tightened down in pit road. We might see some 4-tire stops down there as well, but no mistakes on pit road. Going to be the name of the game all night long, and these guys get another opportunity to give their pit crews a virtual try.
You'll see how many drivers now come down pit road. What do you think they're going to do? Get some slash fuel? Get some 4 good years? I mean, or are they just going to take fuel?
Tough to tell. You're gonna have those guys up front. I really think they're just gonna hold on to those 2 tires, or maybe even just fuel only. We saw some quick pit stops earlier on, but we haven't seen too many of these pit stops under caution yet. So everybody gonna be coming down. It looks like Wes Ho gonna be the free pass car, the first car 1 lap down once we gather them all back up. So good news for him. It's gonna give him another opportunity to kind of work on that damage as well. We heard him talk earlier on that he has not used that quick repair yet. So holding on to that, going to be able to rejoin the tail end of the field here. Going to give us 25 cars on the lead lap once we come down to restart. But before we get to that restart, we've got to get through these pit stops. And man, oh man, is it a busy place down there on pit road.
I am shocked that none of these drivers made any contact on pit road, as you see them all filing in their pit stops, getting their tires and fuel and whatnot. As you see the pace car going across the start-finish line. Run lap 58 right now, I have 200. What are we expecting on this restart, Paul?
Going to be tough to tell. We've kind of seen these drivers get all hooked up and lined up and up towards the front, and we've seen them go 3x3 for 10 rows deep. It's really tough to tell. It's almost going to be what the guy up front says, and well, all 4 of those guys up front have been there all night long. The Dale Cup guys holding on at 2 of those top 4 positions right now, kind of showing that they know a little thing or two here about super speedway racing.
Fair do. As you see the pace car coming out of turn 2. Whole field is racking back up, and we will see what happens on this restart. I believe we might see some 2 wide, 3 wide action here. Never know. It is Talladega.
These guys have had the chance to make a quick pit stop. We're going to do the very same here. Take ourselves a quick breather here up in the production booth, but we will be right back for the restart coming up here about lap number 61 or so. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Getting ready to get back to the attack. Once again, you can see lights are off on that iRacing pace car. We're lined up 2 by 2 all the way through. Dale Cup on top. Stephen Korosek, Sean Hill, Zachary Lima, Cody Nagels. They hold on to the top 4 spots. 5th place going to James Mayer right now. Taylor Lasowski up in the mix. Anthony English, Rick Seaburns, Mark Mann, and Ted Wade going to be the top 10. DJ Daniels, Payne Foss, Christian Antonio, Trey Whitehead, Chris Hubka, Aaron Matthews, Kevin West, Brock Whitehead, Stephen Mitchell, Kenny Haight, Garrett Crawford, Hunter Carmichael, Jax Duval, Hunter Parsons, Jarrett Bollier. Going to be the 25 drivers still on the lead lap here in this one. A couple of drivers down a lap or two. Cody Kelly, Jerry Mitchell, Clifford Bellamy, Bradley Wright there as well. Wesley Ho getting a little bit more damage repaired on that 38 car than we originally anticipated. So back in the mix as well. So of the 43 starters, looking like we've still got about 33, 34 cars out on track, and 25 of them still up front, having a shot to lead this thing, having a shot to win this thing, getting ready to take the restart here for lap number 61. Pace car down on pit road once again. Going to turn these drivers loose, ready to rock and or roll. And away we go. The 024, check that, the 027 down on the bottom side. Korosek going to hold on to the lead. And he's got those 2 teammates, one teammate right in behind him. They're going to swap. How about that? That's some good communication between some guys that are very familiar with each other. Giving the drivers leading, or giving the drivers pushing an opportunity to kind of cool off the car in the back. The 95 car going to try and take advantage of that brief moment where they weren't bumper to bumper and try and make a little magic happen on the high side. He's going to get some help from the Taco Bell ride. The 83 jumping up high, wide, and handsome. Going to see if he can push Mayer up to the top. Middle pack, they're getting just a little bit of momentum, but as you can see, the bottom side, they're going to tighten up just a little bit, try and kind of take advantage of that shorter route around the bottom of the racetrack. But 95, 83, they're hooked up on the high side, and we've seen some phenomenal three-wide racing here throughout the night, and you can see a couple of more guys jumping up on the high side. There's two more teammates getting hooked up, but they see what those Dale Cup guys are doing, dominating this race, and it's almost starting to see some drivers kind of mix and match teammates to see if they can get around these guys up front.
If you want to beat the Dale Cup guys tonight, you are going to have to find something magical if you want to get around them, because they are very strong here.
Holding on to those top four positions, you can see a little side-by-side rubbing action, but they no harm, no foul. You're going to sort it on back. The 83 car dropping back on the high side.
Look at it, it's the 29 on the inside of the 027 here. See if we can get a little lead change here. But look at that outside lane. As the was that 55, 95. Getting a huge run down this back straightaway. See what's going on. And that 96 is a big pusher, but an aggressive pusher too.
You see the two car going to dip down low. Ted Wade going to try and move up into the top five, slowly creeping up closer to the front. He's showing he's got a powerful car down on the bottom side. Anthony English in the 44 car there as well. And you can see everybody almost trying to leave that middle groove out to dry, but the 027 car holding tough. He's got his teammate Zachary Lima up in the mix as well, the 29 car. But he's down on the bottom side with the 6 car. So getting the teammates kind of split up here, a little bit tough. But there you see the 25 to 31. There's a couple of more teammates moving on up towards the front. They're going to take advantage of that hole in the middle groove and try and draft their way up into the top 5.
Now that we're getting closer to lap 100, now do you see the drivers getting aggressive here as our third caution comes out here tonight?
Caution flying on lap 64. We'll see if we can take a peek through the field and find out what brought this caution flag out. Sifting through the replays, not quite seeing what went down there. So it'll give us a quick opportunity to step away and get these drivers re-racked, restacked, and ready to rock and roll once again for another restart here in the VidaneTV 200, presented by Conway Customs. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. them up, putting them down. 66 laps down, and, well, handful of them to go here. Long night on the docket here at VidaneTV. The VidaneTV 200 here from Liberty Racing League. You can see the caution car going down the safety of pit road. One Mogan, we're lined up 2x2 all the way through Dale Cup, dominating throughout the evening here tonight, holding on to those top 4 spots. Zachary Lima, Steven Korsek, Cody Nagel, Sean Hill, Ted Wade, the top 5 as they restart. Everybody 14th on back came down pit road, topped off, and there you see it. Green flag from Barney in the flag stand. We're rocking, we're rolling once again here at Talladega.
See 25 right there, still in the lead there.
Those Dale Cup guys doing a fantastic job, really showing they know a thing or two about super speedway racing. And they've put on a heck of a show here for us so far this evening, trying to entertain the masses as we do here at VidaneTV. And we thank you so much for tuning in. Live all over the place, trying to take over the internet, as it were. We're live on YouTube, live on Facebook, live on Twitch. Got to thank everybody for tuning in here tonight, giving us the likes, the subscribes, the shares, the follows, all that good stuff. Oh, so close to 700 subscribers over on the YouTube page. So close to 2,000 likes and follows over on Facebook and Twitch. Well, I'm struggling on Twitch. Strictly 94. Appreciate all the likes I can get over there. A little bit more loose over there. A lot more Grand Theft Auto on that channel as well. So be advised, a little bit of contact towards the back of the pack here. For right now, though, we're going to stay clean and green.
See the 027. Been strong all night here, but nothing changing with these DC cars. They just been dominating.
Yeah, up towards the front, cool, calm, and collected. You can see it. And behind them, the DJ Daniels, Chris Hubka, Trey Whitehead, the Hubka Motorsports entries. They're all up together. Brock Whitehead trying to make his way up to his teammates, just breaking in to the top 10. But you can see we're back to having one big pack up towards the front, and everybody doing everything they can to really get up there and almost get kind of gang up on these Dale Cup guys, because as you can look at here on our end anyway, the top 4 drivers, well, they just switched it up on me, but the top 4 drivers that qualified in those spots still holding on to those spots here this evening. That's unheard of at a super speedway, whether it's sim racing, real racing, racing on Mars, whatever it may be.
It could be anything, but look at all those cars, so identical. I don't even know who right there. As you see, we are now double filed with the third one possibly starting up there, but nobody's going with that driver up there.
95 Amer up on the top side, trying to make the magic happen. A little bit too early here, working lap number 69. Nice indeed, because 2 cars all the way through, double file, as you can see, getting a little dicey up towards the front. Some new faces, some new names, and numbers up there towards the front, working together to try and get up here and put at least a little bit of fight on the front doorstep of these Dale Cup guys. But as you can see, they're both lines still being led by 2 drivers apiece in Dale Cup, so they're able to really kind of set the pace of this field. I feel like if anybody's going to be able to get around them, they're going to have to take it high, wide, and handsome and use that extreme high line.
They're going to have to if it's going to want to work to get around this pack here. As you see these drivers scrambling, seeing how their car's handling. Nothing changing much, but look at, there's that third outside lane I was talking about. It's the 17 car once again. Let's see what happens here.
Kevin West, the Trailer Park Dude TikTok ride. Again, if you're not following Trailer Park Dude on TikTok, what the heck are you doing? Oh, a little bit of a miscommunication with the NTO4 guys. Oh, man. Still green flag. The 83
Still going
car.
straight. He's going to go up. Oh, wow. Still green here. No caution.
Great save for the Taco Bell rider, Lasowski. Going to lose all those positions, get that entire pack, all sorts of mixed and mashed together. You can see 4 wide trying to regather everything back up. Almost looking like these drivers slowing down for a caution, but we're still green flag racing.
I don't know how that wasn't a caution, but we are still going at it.
2x2 10 rows deep up towards the front. A little bit of a break off up on the high side. That's Wes Hogue in the 38. He's going to try and make that high side work. You see the 92 car. He's a little stranger to the front. He was up there earlier on, got involved in an incident, but he's going to try and make his way back up to the top. Once again, the 17 car going to jump up there as well. But you can see lots of different drivers starting to work with drivers that they may not have planned to work with. They may not be working with their teammates, but they know that they want to get up towards the front and try and get the best points for their team. And, oh, by the way, win the race to get that $100 bill.
And with money on the line, it's going to be aggressive. So, as you see, an aggressive move there by the 23, trying to start a third row. Look at that momentum coming from that third lane.
Yo, 27 going to move up just a little bit, kind of knock the momentum out of the sails of the 23 car. But you see him push from in behind. One of his teammates right up there, Wes Hogue in the 38, the 92 car up there as well. Going to drop down in the middle pack and starting to see a little bit of disorganization there. Drivers trying to get down to 2 wide, and you got to wonder, are we going to be getting close to these green flag pit stops? We saw the top 14 cars or so stay out on track, so they got to be taking a peek at that fuel pressure a little bit harder than some of the guys that came down under caution.
Oh, I'm sure. Now, with this green flag run, what lap do we expect these drivers to come down?
Sometime between now and lap 200 or so. That's why I'm up here in the broadcast booth. I don't have to be behind the wheel and do any of that math anymore. Anybody out there knowing that knows me and is out there watching knows I'm not very good at math. So, but I am really good at talking. Got to thank everybody again for tuning in here tonight. VidaneTV's coverage, Liberty Racing League's special event, the VidaneTV 200 here at Talladega Super Speedway. Conway Customs jumping on board here with us this evening as well, providing the hardware for the evening. Some trophies for the overall winner and the team winners. The winningest team, the driver that puts the team rather that puts together the most points, which right now is going to be those top 4 drivers of Dale Cup, Steve Korsek, Cody Nagels, and Sean Hill. They've been holding on to those top 4 spots since qualifying earlier on here tonight. 75 laps down, 125 to go as they cross the stripe here, and we're still 2 by 2, 10, 12, 13 rows deep. '92 car jumping up on the high side. Going to take himself just a little bit of a breather, kind of regather his thoughts. As you can see, going to tuck back into the tire tracks there of that middle groove. The 45 car back there as well. Up front, still the Dale Cup guys holding on to it. And some of the other names up in the top 10. Ted Wade up in the 2 car. He's 9 spots gained from where he qualified. The 31, the Brock Whitehead Camry. He is up 28 spots, 25 spots up for Chris Hupka, Trey Whitehead. Those drivers all representing Hupka Motorsports, kind of bumper to bumper to bumper there, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Christian Antonio up in the mix as well. DJ Daniels in the 96, the top 10 as they run. And that's all going to change the next time by when we cross the stripe. These drivers kind of jockeying for position, trying to almost climb the ladder here up through Talladega Super Speedway.
And, you know, here's the thing. We can see a driver that's totally been not up in the front and that's been in the back of the pack that could totally win this race, too.
We used the term relaxed earlier on. It's hard to think relaxing here at 180 miles an hour, but this is kind of where you get your breathing room, a car going. I believe that's already been a lap down, but you can see going to kind of regather with the field, hold on to the draft to try and hold on to that spot, but you can see not quite able to get there. The pack really tight on, drafting very well up in this lead pack and kind of pulling away rather quickly. So that's one of the things we mentioned earlier on. You really want to try and stay with this lead pack of drivers because we saw earlier on in those long green flag runs, these guys up front are just able to put on a massively faster pace once they get hooked up and kind of have that little bit of breathing room. We were seeing them put entire packs of cars a lap down. So that's what these drivers are kind of keeping in the back of their head right now. They're still doing their homework, still trying to figure out where they're strong, where they can get up around these guys. And we're going to see some crazy moves in this race. But for the first 150 laps or so, going to be kind of doing your homework and finding out what works for later on.
You're right about that thing for sure. About the end of this race, there are going to be crazy stuff going on here. They're going to be switching lanes. They're going to be blocking. They're going to be making terrible, aggressive moves. But you know what? That is super speedway racing. As you see, the 29 still in lead here, and it's all Dale cars in the top 5, actually. Rounding out top 5 is the 2 car.
Focusing back just a little bit, you can see those drivers lined up, to 23, the 96, the 31, the 25, all working together. Those were those Hubka Motorsports drivers we were talking about, kind of inside and outside the top 10, doing a little bit of splitting action there. Christian Antonio there, Payne Foss rather, in the 13 car, up in the mix. Hunter Parsons still on the hunt, up in the top 15. Kevin West in the 17. Back here, kind of holding on to the tail end of the pack. Wes Hoga there as well, back on the lead lap, being scored right now in 17. James Mayer, the 95 car, saw him up towards the front earlier on. He's kind of laid back. He's leading the second pack of 6 or 7 cars there. Jarrett Bolliard, Rick Seabrans, Aaron Matthews, Mark Dunn, Jax Duval, kind of all up in the mix as well. So a lot of drivers kind of starting to lead through different packs, and you can see up front, still Dale Cup leading the way. And something a little bit different up towards the front. We've kind of seen these guys lined up 2 by 2 all night long. 2 guys leading the top line, 2 guys leading on the bottom. Now it's all 4 drivers hooked up down on the bottom side, and you can see as they kind of draft, they're pulling away from that bottom line. They're giving the high line a little bit of momentum, but I think with these guys hooked up 4 by 1 down on that bottom side, that's going to be a tough thing to pass. But it may very well end up being the entire field trying to get around those top 4 drivers.
For sure. As you see the inside lane having the momentum now, as the 07 pushing that 027 very hard into turn 3. But don't count out the 92. He is back up in the top 5 here and potentially be the spoiler of this race win here.
I think it's easy to say Hunter Carmichael has probably been the driver that's passed the most
Green
cars
flag
here. Oh, coming in a little bit hot for 2 of the 4 Dale Cup drivers. We'll have to see if there are any speeding penalties on that entry, but at the very least, going to flat spot those tires. I would say at that point, got to take 4. Make sure that nothing is amiss on these cars. But there you see it, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 cars down on pit road for green flag pit stops here on lap 81.
I don't know if they get a speeding penalty or not, but if they do, that is going to be crucial and could end their tonight's race.
And you can see the exhaust flames coming out of those drivers, mashing on that gas pedal. Fuel only for everybody. So we're going to have to see what goes down later on in the events. But man, oh man, going to jumble up the running order. Green flag stops once again. Here's another pack coming down to the entry of pit road.
See anybody speeding here? Whoa, baby! There you're flying in this pit road area here. As you see the other pack flying by there. Now, the people that are staying out, do you believe that they'll come in this next lap?
Got to keep in mind there are a handful of drivers that came down and topped off under that last caution flag. So may very well have a couple of drivers that are going to try and stay out and maybe capitalize on that. You can see Kenny Height right now all by himself in that 46 car leading the race. But man, has no drafting help. The 95 car is coming in a hurry though. He is up in second. He's got a couple of drivers in behind him. Rick Seabrans in the 9 car. Aaron Matthews, Mark Mann, Jarrett Bolliard in this pack as well. Jax Duval closing as well. He's got himself a pack of drivers. So there you see the 45 car going to come down pit road. The 95, he's going to take his pack of drivers. They're going to stay out. They may very well try and stretch this thing out a couple of rounds.
Might as well. As you see, we are now going on lap 83. I believe now, after this lap, that they will come in. Because now they see the rest of the drivers cycling out. They don't want to be left behind.
And one of the things that we do see is a lot of fuel-only stops. So you're not going to lose too much time if you're doing fuel-only on pit road. But you do have to make sure you don't make any mistakes coming down pit road. We saw a couple of those drivers a little bit hot on entry. But looking at the the official word here, it doesn't look like we have any speeding penalties. So able to get those cars woed down. The only question now is, did they flat spot, easy enough for me to say, flat spot those tires? And is it going to affect the handling here in the long run? But right now, looking like those top couple of drivers are going to stay out for maybe another lap or two and see if they can stretch this thing out.
I don't know. Maybe they're playing a different strategy here, but this strategy call is going to be very interesting here once we see them all group back up together.
You can see 5-6 cars are all hooked up there, and everybody else, they're almost 2 by 2. A couple of drivers up on the high side, Laskowski in the 83. The 02 of Collier trying to make a little magic happen. You can see the 84 car of Duval up in the mix as well. So trying to get a little action out on track.
For sure. For sure. As you see the pack now coming down into the tri-oval here. Looks like they're going to stay out once again. I don't know what they're thinking, but they might have a game plan ready.
We can take a peek here, timing and scoring, giving the pit stop stint length. About 20 laps, it seems, is about what they can make it. And you can see they're working lap number 19 or so on this run. And it's getting close. Those guys know that they're going to have to come down pit road here at some point, hoping for a quick caution to kind of gain a whole bunch of track position. You can see they've got a little bit of a gap between themselves and at 6th place, but still going to have to come down, get some fuel, get some tires, get a little bit of service to those virtual machines.
For sure. As you see, the 95 car of James coming into the tri-oval, going to complete lap 85, going on lap 86 right now, and right behind him is the 9 car of Rick Sabrand. Right behind him is Aaron Matthews in number 5, and the 04 of Mark Mann.
Yeah, and we saw Mark Mann knows exactly what to do on these super speedways, knows how to get himself wins on super speedways, and he's got the hardware to prove it. And what better way to show off that Liberty Racing Championship belt that Mark Mann won with his most recent Liberty Racing League Series than to have one of these trophies, if not both of these trophies, for the team winner and the overall race winner, presented by Conway Customs, jumping on board here this evening for the Liberty Racing special event, providing that hardware. Great pictures over on Facebook on VidaneTV, Liberty Racing and Conway Customs, and we appreciate you guys jumping on and putting that hardware together and giving these drivers a reason to do battle up front if the money on the line wasn't enough reason to fight for. $500 going to the winning team, $100 going to the driver that wins the race, the overall race. So big money on the line here tonight, and big time entertainment working lap number 87, just shy of the halfway marker in this 200 lapper. Letting it breathe here just a little bit in the broadcast booth as the 9 car of Seaburn's trying to do on that car. Kind of tipping up on the high side just a little bit, getting the nose a peak of fresh air, cooling that motor down just a little bit, and making sure you can keep on pushing that back bumper of the 95. The lean ride of James Mayer, holding on to the lead right now. Aaron Matthews in 3rd, Mark Mann, Jarrett Boyer at the top 5. These drivers still have to come down pit road. They did come down and top off under that last caution. It kind of put them outside the top 14 for the restart, but here you can see they're holding on to the lead, and they're coming up on a repack of cars there, getting ready to put them a lap down. And right now, looking at it, 15 cars on the lead lap. Kenny Hayes and Anthony English in danger of potentially going down a lap to these leaders.
And if you go down laps and laps, your race is going to be over before you know it.
One of the things to really keep in mind with these drivers that there's no points on the line or anything like that. Only the team points. You don't have to worry about next week's race because, well, there isn't one. Everybody's trying to get out there and get that checkered flag and get them themselves the best finishing position for their team to make sure that those points all get added up and everybody finishes in the money here tonight. Get out there with the DoorDash Grubhub victories or what have you. But you can see all the way throughout the field here, racing all the way over the racetrack, up highs, upside, downside, middle side, all over the place. And man, oh man, the racing up front is no different. James Mayer and company holding on to the lead. There you can see getting around some of that lap traffic. Timing and scoring, we're working with it, folks. It's a little bit on the wonky side, but we're trying to get it all worked out here. A little last-minute connection issue before the green flag, but we got it all sorted out. We have ourselves 10 laps from the halfway marker here in the VidaneTV 200. Thanks again for tuning in live all over the internet. We're over on YouTube, over on Facebook, over on Twitch. Be sure to get us on Twitter and TikTok. We're trying to take over the social media world here at VidaneTV and get a little bit of a bridge gap between the real racing and sim racing world. And here's some guys that are kind of bridging the pit road entrance together. They're all going to come down. They've finally had to throw in the white flag, so to speak, and come down and get those fuel tanks filled right back up. But man, they definitely showed that they have what it takes to run up towards the front, and we'll see where they kind of cycle through once they get those fuel tanks refilled and back out on track.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're going to take fuel, just take fuel, because don't worry about your tires unless you're in a wreck, because once you're in a wreck, then that's when you're going to want to get tires.
And you saw those 5 drivers hooked up, nose to tail, doing everything they could to please really put out good lap times. They just got past like they were standing with everybody else, all hooked up in this main pack. And you can see the top 4 drivers. Once again, Dale Cup taking over the top 4. Wesley Hogue back up into the top 5 in that 38 car. How about that? Showing a little CD attitude. Cole Bohannon may very well be behind the wheel of that car here tonight. The 38 car showing he's no one to mess with. He's up on that high side. He's behind those Dale Cup guys, giving him a little bit of a bumpski, letting him know, hey, I'm here and I'm hungry.
I think everybody's hungry here tonight. We're going after money.
100%. Couple of drivers down on the bottom side getting ready to get put a lap down. In a sketchy little bit of a 4-wide situation. We get it sorted back out, back to the safety of 3 wide. The 48 car rather, getting a little sideways down on the bottom side. Looks like he's going to lose it. We stay clean and green up towards the front. Here you see the 83 car. Pardon me, the 83 car of Taylor Zosky going down a lap. Didn't see that happen very much at all over the Women's Racing League Championship Series here, but you can see struggling with that car here. He's going to kind of mix in with that middle group back there. But man, up front, those top 4 guys, Dale Cup still putting on a show for us. Ted Wade back in the mix as well. The number 2 car, but up in the top 5 all night long. Carson's up for qualifying and still holding on to the top 10. We made mention Wesley Hogue up in the mix. He's going to back up, give himself some DJ Daniels right in behind him. Trey Whitehead, Brock Whitehead, relatives and teammates right in there with the 23 and the 31 car. A couple of very colorful paint schemes. I'd have to vote those best team paint schemes there with the Team Watson drivers. Kevin West in the mix as well, the 17 car. Trailer Park Dude over on TikTok. You gotta follow this guy. Entertainment to the masses. That haircut, the gloves, the personality. You gotta check him out. The Trailer Park Dude, the number 17 car, all over the social media outlets. And he's getting himself a push. Payne Foss right in behind him. Christian Antonio in the mix. Kenny Haight. Hunter Carmichael saw him up front. He's back in the back of the pack once again. We'll see if that 92 car can climb up through the field again.
Everybody can climb through the field here. It's very easy once you're in the draft. So once you're in the draft, I think that you can make your way up to the front pretty easily without wrecking.
And that's going to be the key to the game, whether or not you get involved in your own wreck, somebody else's wreck, or something that you really have no control out of. That's one of the things these drivers really have to keep in mind. A little bit sketchy back there for Hunter Parsons in the 1 car, but they get it all sorted out for the time being. But man, you can see we're getting close to that halfway mark, and these drivers know there's a lot of money, there's a lot of hardware on the line. You got to do everything you can to make sure you're up front at the end. Slicing and dicing once again. Contact the 07 car around. Big wreck, huge wreck in the top 10.
There it is. I told you. Now we're getting around lap 100. It's going to start getting dicey now.
Caution flag flies here on lap number 95, and we'll back that up. Take a peek once again on the U-House Racing Design instant replay and find out, well, we saw exactly what happened to bring out the caution, but we'll get another peek at it because we can do that here on live TV. And you got to wonder, with the lap cars, didn't do anything wrong, but a lot of times it'll kind of distract you for a brief second, and you can see things get a little bit dicey with that bright green and white car. A little bit of a nasty bump there on the back of the 07, gets out of shape, and really at that point you can't let off because there's 12 cars right on your back bumpers. So really, it's one of those racing deals. It's an unfortunate thing that you see here in the super speedway racing. You see it happen in the real racing stuff, and unfortunately you see it happen here in iRacing as well.
It does happen, but there's nothing you can do there. I mean, it's just hard racing. There's nothing you can do, really.
The pace car going to gather everybody back up here and give us an opportunity to get these guys down on pit road once again, top off those fuel tanks, maybe take the extra second or two to get tires put on either one side or the other, or both here at Talladega, and gives a couple of the drivers towards the back an opportunity to work on the damage that they may have acquired throughout the race here in this one. 96 laps down, 104 laps to go here at Talladega. Man, oh man, it's going to be a long night here tonight. We got some French fries waiting for the air fryer for after the show, for the post-race show here tonight. So really looking forward to that. But before we get there, some pit stops here. You can see everybody's coming down to 25. He's going to stay out. That's because he's a lap down. He's going to come down next time by. So as you can see, all of the leaders, all the lead lap cars going to come down, and really going to be an opportunity here at this point, or it's going to be whether or not you want to take those tires and get back out on track, or if you just want to take fuel and go. You can see going to be right sides at the very least for some of these guys towards the front of pit road, those Dale Cup guys. And we back the shot up. You can see there's the one car, fuel only stop, and two tire stop for the one car, moving up a couple of spots, and everybody else going to kind of trickle back in here. But a handful of drivers staying out on track, going to come back around next time by and top those fuel tanks off.
For sure. If it was me, I would want to get just some fuel for right now, and then because you don't know if there's going to be another caution, and if so, that's when I would want to get tires.
Getting everybody sorted back up, back in line, getting ready to rock and roll once again. And you can see the lights still on top of the pace car, so we got a little bit of time here. Going to step away for just a brief moment here at VidaneTV, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this restart. Going to be getting into that halfway marker with 100 laps to go. Things about to pick up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. see it. Pace car down, pit road once again. Going to take the restart a lap away from that halfway marker here. A long way in, a long way to go in this one. The longest racing broadcast we've done here at VidaneTV on tap here for you. And we thank you for tuning in here tonight. Green flag flying once again. No surprise, being led by one of those Dale Cup drivers, two of those Dale Cup drivers. One getting involved in a wreck, and Cody Nagel's dropping back there on that set of pit stops as we rejoin the field. So, big wreck in the middle of the pack. Caution flag going to fly once again.
Alrighty.
Well, the green flag still stays out here at this point, and we did hear in the drivers' meeting that cautions won't be thrown through if they weren't from iRacing. So the 07 car taking advantage of some of this. He's going to go around a lot of cars down on the bottom side. Cars looking to kind of take advantage here. And, yeah, I guess we could call that clean and green.
Clean and green indeed. As you see, the one car, we haven't talked about him all night long. And look where he is. He's up in the lead battling against the veteran here at Talladega. The two strongest drivers right now on the outside lane, as you see the 96 pushing that one car to the lead.
Trailer park dude, high, wide, and handsome up on that high side. In the 17 car, he's got a little bit of CB attitude. Help behind him, the Cobo hand and ride driven by Wesley Hogue, trying to make that magic happen. Nose to tail, up on the high side. These guys have been working together, drafting together, racing together longer than a lot of our viewers have been on this earth, which is crazy to say, and it's kind of showing all of our age here as well, because I've known Wes for a long time back in the Vidane racing days, but I digress. Halfway down, halfway to go. We're 3 wide for the lead. There's 12 cars that could lead on any given lap. This is madness. This right here is VidaneTV.
As you see the 17 car, there he is on the outside, trying to start a third line here. Let's see what happens here. For those two, a little contact there, 96. Was that his engine that blew up?
Engine blown for the number 96 car, and that is going to be something his BBR teammates are going to have to worry about, because, man, oh, man, if you've got the same setup in that car and your teammate blows up, that's something you really got to be concerned about.
Now, this concerns me. Now that we're halfway, are we going to start seeing cars blowing up?
And we'll see with a little bit of damage on some of these cars as well. You got to wonder, do they have a lot of tape on the nose of this car? Maybe it's getting a little bit hotter here at Talladega as the sun comes up over this racetrack. Could definitely very well be affecting these cars as well. So that's going to be something all of these drivers going to have in the back of the mind now.
Right now, the 92 of Hunter taking the lead here at Talladega with the 5 of Aaron Matthews right behind him. Right behind him is the 1 of Hunter Parsons. 3 drivers that we haven't talked about lately here at Talladega. All the strong drivers on the outside, including the 17 of Kevin West. Let's see what we can do here going on lap 103.
We've talked about Hunter Carmichael many times throughout the night. He says gained 22 spots from where he qualified, but man, he's driven up and down through this field 3 or 4 times. That 92 car's passed everybody at least 3 or 4 times throughout this race, running very, very well, leading that bottom line there. That high side down to 4 cars, but you made mention 4 very strong cars indeed. 2 teammates from 2 separate teams kind of working together and trying to really make that magic happen and get up around the 92.
As you see the outside lane there, get a little run as caution flag is out. See what happens here. And just re-rack, and here's the replay. It looks like the 44 gets involved. Looks like the 83 might have got a push here from the 2 in the corner here and just set him up in the 44. Let's get a replay right here. Oh no, the 83 just comes up, then just clips by the 2 and it just sends the... Wow, the 84 and the 4 with a hard contact. There's nowhere for them to go there. As you see the 83 there on the apron. That's what brings out our caution here tonight. As we are back alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna
with the 27 leading.
Going to gather it back up here on lap 104. 5 cautions here in the first half. Well, 4 cautions in the first half, 1 here so far in the second half. But we have seen some fantastic racing throughout the night here tonight. Top 4 kind of been dominated by the Dale Cup teammates, but we see Cody Nagel, Sean Hill kind of dropped back outside of the top 10 through the pit stops and that green flag run there. May have gotten themselves involved and that caution as well. Still got 2 of those guys up front, though. Steven Korosek leading almost all the laps here in that 027 car. Zachary Lima, his teammate, the 29 car, up in third. Hunter Carmichael in the BBR car up in the second spot. Kevin West is up in the top 5. Aaron Matthews in fifth. Wes Hogue, Hunter Parsons, Payne Faust, Brock Whitehead, and Trey Whitehead, 9th and 10th. And you can see that pace car going to gather everybody up. And it's going to look like everybody's going to come down. No, just kidding. How about that?
Wow.
The DC guys stay out. Dale Cup going to see if they can maybe make something happen.
Wow, I was not expecting that. I kind of feel bad for those drivers that went down pit road. Now, do you think this is a strategy called by DC?
Well, let's find out. So we're going to try something a little bit different here at VidaneTV. We're going to try and see if we can get a little communication with the Dale Cup guys. Kind of butt in. Hey, guys, this is Paul Strickland in the booth. Who's in charge here?
I think it's a little bit of a team effort. It's just 4 friends that enjoy racing with each other.
All 4 of us, we're all pretty much in charge. But I would give it to Korosek. He's the master.
Got to say, you guys are putting on a heck of a show here for us. For the Liberty Racing crowd, the VidaneTV crowd, you guys have been doing awesome communication throughout the night here. And we made mention you guys kind of got split up over that last caution flag and the restart. But then we see you guys stay out. You're all back up in the top 5. Is that a strategy call for later on in this one?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Cody.
Go ahead, Lena.
No, you go ahead. Take the floor, Cody. My bad.
No, you're good. Yeah, I think it's just try to stay out of the mayhem. I mean, it's going to hurt us a little bit on the pits, but I think the most important thing is saving that fast repair, and 3 of us still have it, so getting connected is the most important thing at this point in the race.
Putting on a heck of a show here for us tonight. Looking forward to see what you guys have up your sleeves for the end of this one. Good luck. Hopefully we'll talk to you at the end of it.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
A pretty cool thing we can do here live on VidaneTV when technology works in our favor. A little team communication with the guys that have really been dominating this race up in the top 5 once again, all teamed up. And you can even really tell with that team communication, those guys are hooked up on track and off track, it seems.
I think that they come up with these plans before a race, which I think is a great idea. And they've been to so many races like this that they already know how it's going to fall out.
And it's one of those deals where, you got some teammates that have your back. You want to put a little money on it, and you're all fighting for that same reward. The top team getting 500 big ones, split however they see fit, and the winner of the overall race going to get himself a $100 bill as well. And we've got those awesome trophies put together by Conway Customs LLC. Go check those guys out on Facebook, and you can see some of the great pictures of these trophies, and we'll be able to get those mailed out to these drivers. Top 4 team, or the top team of 4 drivers, easy enough for me to say, and the overall winner getting one of these sweet trophies. So gonna be cool to be able to see the reactions of those. We got that awesome championship belt that Mark Mann won in the Liberty Racing League Super Speedway Series we saw get wrapped up here on VidaneTV just a couple of weeks ago. And Wes and I talking before we came on the air, already penciling in the next season of Liberty Racing's Super Speedway Series for next winter, next fall or winter. We've got NEP coming back for season 5, the RBR Maritime Group getting things kind of scheduled out already. TCM always getting ready to put on some of those Tim's Corner special events, and lots of cool stuff coming up in the near future, and as well as the real racing stuff. Be able to catch up with all that news over on Facebook, VidaneTV. Do a quick search, you'll find us. We pop right up. And you can shoot on over to VidaneTV, new website we're putting together. You can get all the news from iRacing, real racing, everything in between. Going to get some more content pushed out to that in the very near future. And, while you wait for us to do that, if you wanted to shoot on over to Vidane.net, grab yourself a VidaneTV t-shirt, a hat, a sweatshirt. We've got Rent a Race Car merchandise, visual pollution, Angry Tree Guy. Lots of Grand Theft Auto stuff in there. And once again, shout out to the Stellar RP crowd jumping in and tuning into this iRacing stuff here on the Twitch channel, on YouTube, on Facebook. We're live all over the place, and we appreciate you guys sharing your homes here with us. And we're getting ready to go green flag once again. The lights are off on the pace car. We're getting them lined up 2x2, and you can see the Dale Cup guys down on the apron trying to save as much fuel as they can. They know they've kind of backed themselves into a corner a little bit on the fuel mileage, but as quick as those guys are, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing.
I wouldn't consider it necessarily a bad thing because then when a caution comes out, those guys can pit. But I see why they're trying to save as much fuel as possible. As you see the 027 of Steven Korzak getting ready to get this green flag underway once again. Right alongside him is the 29 Zachary, and right behind him is the 13 of Payne and the 6 of Cody Neagles.
And you can see the shadows starting to get longer on the racetrack. The sun is starting to set here at Talladega. Definitely going to be a factor as we race into the nighttime hours here at Talladega. Kind of cool to get it synced up with the East Coast, where a lot of these drivers are from. But drivers represented all the way throughout the country here at the VidaneTV 200 at Talladega. But man, oh man, still side by side, slicing and dicing. We're in the second half of this one, and these guys know they made it 100 laps. Some of them still have that quick repair. Some of them don't. Some guys, they lost some of their teammates in a wreck. Everybody out to try and win this race. Who's going to win? We have no idea. That's why we've got 200 laps to sort it out here. 107 down, 93 to go. Shout out to Kyle Young out there watching, I'm sure, number 93, little director, race chaser action. No racing this weekend, it seems like. It almost seems like it rained everywhere in the short track racing world, but we got you covered here at VidaneTV with a little iRacing action. Liberty Racing League putting on this special event, and lots of money and lots of hardware on the line, and these guys know it, and they're putting on a show for it here tonight.
They are putting on a show here tonight. We had big ones. We had aggressive moves, aggressive blocks so far tonight. We're already on lap 108. Second half of the race, it's just getting started.
And you can see throughout the field, everybody, once again, kind of using that term loosely, relaxed. Everybody holding their spot right now, knowing that there's still a lot of time on the clock, but you want to make sure you're in a good position in case anything does in fact happen. You can see the top three drivers taking over once again, the Tail Cup drivers, and we talked to them under that last caution. Now all four up in the top five. Great communication between those drivers, really able to work together. And you heard me ask who's in charge, and they said, well, we all kind of are. So really a good way for a couple of drivers to get together, race, and put on a show here. And not having the one guy that's maybe the boss or in charge, maybe that's the way to go.
It might well be the way to go. And look who's on the outside, very outside there, starting a third row. It is the 92 there. Is 92 Hunter.
Yeah, Carmichael making it happen once again. Getting pushed back to the back of the field there after that caution flag. But there you can see he's got a big push by TPD, this team of the trailer park dude. TikTok ride, trying to get that car pushed up. And you can see there's a car having a connection issue way up on the high side. That's going to be messy.
That is going to stall. There it goes, the big one. Looks like the 92 of Hunter's involved. Big damage to the back end. 17 again damage. The hood is completely torn off there. 92 front end damage right there. Just caused the calamity right there of that car. Just had nowhere to go. Looks like the 92 just got squeezed up right here. Watch this replay right now. You see the 45 in the wall right there. Look at that 92 coming on the inside. He's going to try to get around him. But look at who's on the inside. Is the 31 there. And watch this. This is going to be a tight squeeze right here. Right there. Just that little contact there from the 17. Just sent the 92 into the 31, which started a chain reaction. And there it is on there. See, 92 gets involved there, 9's involved, 2's involved, 17 involved again. Just nowhere to go.
Tough break under caution once again on lap number 111. 2 cautions now here in the second half. And you can see there he is, the 92 car. Hunter Carmichael up and down throughout this field. 4, 5, make it 6 times. Going to have to restart at the back of this one. Not sure if he's still got that quick repair in his back pocket, but if he does, might be a good time to use it, missing pretty much the back half of that car. But there you see it, the pace car gathering everybody back up. Going to put us under caution one more time.
It's a shame for the 92 of Hunter. You know, we saw him work his way up multiple times throughout this pack tonight, and he's just been very strong, and unfortunately he just got caught up in this situation. As you see the 29, the 6, the 027 bring down the rest of the field to pit road.
Hunter Parsons in that one car going to stay out on track. We'll see if he comes down next time by, but he's going to at the very least lead himself a lap in this VidaneTV 200. That may very well be the plan, because you can see him scooting right up on behind the pace car. Wants to make sure that he crosses that checkered flag and leads a lap 112. So Hunter Parsons going to hold on to the lead, but we'll see how long. The Dale Cup guys down on away fuel only once again as they come off pit road with each other. The 07 going to tuck on in it there as well. Mark Mann, Wes Hogue down on pit road and away. The 13 of Payne Faust is there. Whitehead in the 23, and you can see the 92 car. Looks like he did, in fact, have that quick repair. He's going to restart outside the top 10, but he's got himself essentially a brand new ride in that number 92. Drivers rejoining rejoining the field here. Hunter Parsons going to stay out on track in that number 1 car. It looks like he plans to stay there, staying out in behind that pace car, and going to get everybody gathered back up, re-rack them, restack them, and go to war one more again here with a restart coming up momentarily. We're going to take ourselves just a quick break. Be right back. Pace car down and away. Everybody lined up 2 by 2 all the way through. The one car, the only driver staying out on track. Everybody else coming down for at least fuel. Couple of sets of tires thrown in the mix as well. And speaking of thrown, there he is. Barney in the flag stand says, go, go, go. And there you see, as soon as we get that green flag, 3 wide, 4 wide, dare I say it, 5 wide going into turn 1 here at Talladega. One car down on the bottom side, doing everything he can to hold on, but Parsons getting past on the high side. Everybody getting hooked up, pressing. They know that now's the time to go. They need to get up towards the front, get themselves to be in position, to be in that spot, up in the front, and take that checkered flag here. The 29 car sees the hole way open down on the bottom side here. And the 95 holds on to the lead, but for how long? Little contact between he and the champ, the 04 of Mark Man. He's making it high, wide, and handsome. Coming out of turn 4, and it looks like he's going to have a little bit more momentum. Going to try and capture the lead here for the very first time here tonight at Talladega on the VidaneTV 200. Bottom side prevailing, though. The 29, the Dale Cup driver, Zachary Lima, going to lead himself a couple of laps here. The 6 teammate, Cody Nagels, up in second, and they're pretty much going to have a rear view mirror full of smoke. A big wreck behind them, and a caution flag number 7 gonna fly here on 115. And man, oh man, have we got to take a peek at the VidaneTV U-House Racing Designs instant replay. Gonna have to watch that from the blimp. And we made mention as soon as we got that green flag, we were up 3 wide racing, and here you can see it. It's no different. Top 3 drivers on the bottom side hooked up nose to tail. You can see there's a little bump from the 1 car to the 6, everything looking a-okay there, but as we get further into the corner, you see the 1 car slips up just a little bit, up into the 5, up into the 95, and then calamity ensues. The 38 car, he sees it coming, goes all the way down on the apron, misses the 5 car. Does he dodge the black and red machine? No, he gives him a little bit of a tap, sends him on up the road, and it looks like he's going to hold on to it in that 38 car. Heads up driving by Wes Hogue in that ride, but man, oh man, that is going to affect a lot of these drivers' evenings here tonight. 18 cars right now on the lead lap, but as we gather them back up behind this pace car, there's a lot more damage in the back end of that field. There you can see a bunch of damaged race cars down on pit road. Some guys coming down to top off the fuel. Other guys coming down wholesale repairs. And you can see a couple of these guys missing some nose pieces. Looking like modifieds that you see up here in New England. Missing a lot of hardware up in the front. And you can see drivers just kind of trickling off pit road. No real hard racing off of pit road here at this point. Dale Cup taking over the top 2 once again, and when we get the restarts, this guy's really putting on a heck of a show, showing what team racing is all about. Kenny Hayton, the 46 car, going to find himself in the 3rd position. Hunter Parsons in the 1, still up in the top 5. Trey Whitehead right in behind. He's running in 5th. Chris Hubka in the 25 in the top 6. Leon Kenniston, Jarrett Bulliard, Mark Mann, and Hunter Carmichael up in the top 10. And there's that 92 car again. Looking pretty clean since he took that repair, that quick reset back a caution or 2 ago. And right into the top 10 once again. You're going to see how many more cars he can pass throughout the evening. Having a great run here of it. The 9 car, Rick Seabrins back in 11th. Caleb Lasowski been up and down throughout the field in that Taco Bell ride. And he's in 12th. Payne Foss back in the 13th car in the 13th position. 95 of James Mayer led a couple of laps. A little bit of a bumper issue there. We'll take a look at the front of the car. That looks A-okay. You can see Steven Korosek led a bunch of laps in that 027 back here in 15th. Wes Hogue back here as well, getting some damage repaired on that last caution in the 07 of Sean Hill, one of the Dale Cup guys, back kind of bookending the field. A couple of guys up front, a couple of guys back here as well. The one car going to come down pit road top off. He's going to be back here the last car on the lead lap. So 17 drivers on the lead lap. Looks like about 23, 24 drivers still out on track. And man, oh man, getting ready to take the restart once again. And it's getting closer and closer to when we could kind of call it that fourth quarter, the last part of the race where you really got to shift into gear, hammer down, and do everything you can to get your team up front. Green flag flies once again. Zachary Lima takes the restart in the 29 car. Down on the bottom side already has Cody Nagels, his teammate, tucked in his tire tracks right in behind him. Trey Right-hand sorts it out as well. The 23 car going to slide into third to 46 there as well. But caution flag going to fly once again here at Talladega. And we'll find out what brought that one out. Sometimes even with technology, it's tough to tell with the benefits of those instant replays. It's not able to see what brought that caution flag out. So we'll step away for a brief moment, see if we can get in touch with race control and come right back for the restart here. Getting down to the nitty gritty. 80 laps here to go at Talladega. starting to get into the darker hours here at Talladega. You can see visibility no longer an issue heading on down into that long straightaway. They're going to be able to see that green flag fly once again as we take a restart here on a lap 120. There you see it, a little bit scattered up towards the front. Those Dale Cup guys going to try and hook up 1 and 2, and new names up towards the front. Trey Whitehead in the 23 car making his name known. He's 30 spots up from where he qualified in second. Kenny Haight and Chris Hubka up now in the top 5.
As you see, right where we left off, once again, the 29, a DC car in the lead. But don't count the 23, new team right behind him. Look at those Chevrolets and Toyotas making their way up to the field.
Hubka Motorsports up in the top 10 as well with the 25 and the 23. And these drivers know that they've got nicknames. They've got the team abbreviations next to the driver's name, so they know which teammates, who's working with who. And we've seen a lot of mix and match, and we've seen a lot of these guys try and kind of team up on the Dale Cup guys to try and get around them. And you can see 29 and 6 hooked up down on the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody scattered 3 wide for a couple of rows in back behind, trying to get organized, trying to get around to the lead.
That's when you're doing these restarts. You want to hook up with your manufacturer teammates and your alliance teammates and your regular teammates. Try to make your way through the field here. As you see, we're going 2 wide now. Looks like we're going to try to make it 3 wide. See what happens here in turn 3.
You can see everybody utilizing all of the real estate here at Talladega, 2.66 miles all the way around this monstrous super speedway. Everybody all over the place, high, wide, and handsome. Down on the bottom side there, you can see the O2 car of Rob Collier getting ready to go a lap down, another lap down. Not something we usually see from the O2 camp, but still in this one, still trying to hold on to maximum points for the team and try and still finish in the money. That 29 car. Been the story all night long. Dale Cup up in the lead and holding on to at least the top 2 spots. And the other 2 guys getting sorted back just a little bit. The 027 back in 9th, and the other DC driver, Sean Hill, the 07 back in 7th. So those guys we did see when the caution flag came out a few times ago, they all stayed out together and back up. So you never know what they're going to have up their sleeve, especially if they've been racing.
For sure, you never know here at Talladega. As you see now, we have 2 packs splitting apart here. 44 leading the second pack here with significant damage actually on the rear panel there of the 44, and other drivers having significant damage. Not affecting them too bad right now, but they are still in the draft here.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of these damaged cars trying to get hooked up to see who can draft the best up front. And as they try and get that sorted out, this lead pack starting to inch away ever so slowly. You can see the 933 Slim Jim ride back up into the mix. He's in the top 10. Leon Keniston moving on up. He's got Wesley right in tow. That 38 car trying to move that car up towards the front. We heard him say he had some damage involved in that very first caution flag here at Talladega early on in this one. Got a lot of damage, got it all repaired, and has been involved in a couple of incidents here tonight. Not sure if he's still holding on to that quick repair, but we've seen a lot of these drivers already use that quick repair early on. Oh, there's going to be a couple more as flag getting ready to fly. Lots of cars scattered throughout the field. Hard contact into the outside wall. There it is. Caution flag up flies on a lap at 125.
Wow.
Big one here at Talladega.
Man, they just keep getting bigger and bigger. See on this replay here.
We'll take a look at the U-House Racing Design instant replay. You can see driver down in the apron. I believe that's Jared Bolliard in the 79 down there. Everything looking good. I'm not sure what the replay's trying to show us here, but that's sure not what brought us under caution. Live TV, folks. It works great when it wants to work, but you saw the wreck happen there live on screen, and man, it's going to really throw kind of a monkey wrench into these last few pit stops. You know, these guys, they haven't really been able to stretch it for more than 20 laps or so here, and you're going to have an opportunity to just a little bit of short pitting or kind of take what's left in this race and throw some strategy into it. And oh, by the way, do you get to take tires? Is it going to be 2? Is it going to be 4? Do you take fuel only? Getting into it, less than 75 laps to go here tonight.
With me, with 75 laps to go, I would get 4 good years and a splash of fuel, fill that baby up, and try to get this long run complete now at Talladega. And look at this driver who's in 6th place currently. He's the driver in the 933. It is Kingston. What about him? I wasn't expecting him in the top 10 today. We haven't talked about him.
Yeah, the Slim Jim ride up in the top 10 for the first time here tonight. Qualified back about 20th or so. Had a relatively strong season in the Liberty Racing League Super Speedway Series that just got wrapped up here on VidaneTV's Tuesday nights just a few weeks ago. And we saw that series crown the champion Mark Mann in this race, the 04 car back in 16. But he's got himself a championship belt that looks damn good on the shoulder of that fella right there. Saw the Facebook post, and here you can see some fellas that are going to come down pit road and try and make the car feel just a little bit better. Able to make some adjustments here with the open setups. Able to take some tape off the car, put some tape on, put some tires on, put some fuel in it, get it right back on now. Maybe hit it with a virtual hammer or so. But doing everything they can to make sure that coming down to the last pit stop, the last 2 pit stops, all you want to focus on is getting in and getting back out. You don't want to have to tweak the car too much, and you don't want to really have to focus on anything other than getting off pit road. And there you can see the 29 car going to come off first, but a couple of drivers staying out. Taylor Lasowski in the 83 and the 45 of Joseph Mitchell going to stay out on track.
I don't know if that was a great idea because now all these tires are going to have good new tires compared to the drivers on old tires, and that's going to affect them tremendously.
Looks like the 72 car may have blown a motor down on the apron, and it kind of jammed up pit exit for these drivers, having to kind of get stacked up there. It didn't look like there was any additional contact, but no, you're absolutely right. Kind of throwing caution to the wind here at this point, knowing that you're into the second half here at this point. You're approaching kind of the final quarter of this race, getting down to the nitty-gritty. You got to do something just a little bit different. The 83 car, we've seen, he's had a couple of strong runs up on the high side, trying to make some magic happen, but not quite having the momentum. So wanted to try something a little bit different. We made mention you don't really have to worry about the race next week because, well, there isn't one. This is kind of an all-star race type deal to cap off the season and kind of send us off into the off season. And it's a good opportunity for these guys to get together, have some fun, entertain the masses, and oh, by the way, make a little bit of money and win some hardware. Some great trophies put together by Conway Customs LLC. Be sure to go check those guys out on Facebook. They've got some awesome stuff going on up in the Maritimes in Canada. Ashton Reiki hooking us up with those trophies, and you can see the pictures of them on Facebook. They look absolutely incredible. Taking a look on them right now on my shelf. I really should have had Ashton just make one that says Paul, because that'd be kind of cool to have up on the shelf. But really excited to get these mailed out. We're going to find out together who's going to be taking those trophies home. And, well, those 2 guys that stayed out on track, they wanted to lead a lap, get some TV time. They're going to come back down the road, pit road here, and get some fuel. But, man, oh, man, Dale Cup taking over the lead once again. It looks like that 29 car is going to have the lead.
It's something about that 29 car. I mean, they must have a good setup here tonight. I mean, you don't want your car to be too loose in the turns, especially when you're bumping and banging here in the turns, especially down the back straightaways, because if you're loose and you get hit from behind, you're going to go around, or you're just going to cause a wreck. So it's really difficult to get this setup here at Talladega.
Absolutely. You see the lights are out on the top of the pace car, getting ready to go green once again. Everybody line them up 2 by 2, and you can see the 29 car up on the high side. Leader going to be Zachary Lima in the 29. Oh no, 29's up high. I can do math here. I'm pretty sure. The 45 car going to be the leader. That's Joseph Mitchell with the VCR team. Bad Company Racing represented up in the top 5. Sean Hill on the 07 going to be on the outside, so he's going to be lined up with his teammate, I believe, for the first restart here of the evening. That's going to be interesting to see what those guys can do. Hunter Carmichael back up towards the front once again, dancing with that top 5 in the 92 car. Wesley Hogue up in the mix, Cody Nagels there, Rick Seabrins, James Mayer, Leon Keniston, the top 10. And you can see these drivers know we're getting down to the end. We're getting down to the biscuits and the gravy. And these guys want to win everything. They want all the hardware. They want all the gold. They want all that money.
As you see the field making its way out of turn 4, again, ready for this restart. Were we expecting on this restart, Paul? And do you think these drivers are going to start going 3 wide, 4 wide now?
Calamity and yes. big
love that
time
answer.
mayhem. Big time mayhem on the docket for the final closing laps in this one. We've seen some phenomenal racing. You made mention 3x3, 4x4, 5x5.
Yeah.
It's gonna come
Maybe
down.
even 6x6.
Yeah, it's gonna be craziness here in the final closing laps of the VidaneTV 200, a special event put on by Liberty Racing League, and we got to thank everybody for tuning in, and we got to thank Barney and the flag stand once again, giving us that green flag for the restart. And
what restart is this?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's the green flag.
Oh boy!
Wesley Hogan's out front by a country mile.
Oh, baby. Think they're going to penalize him for that?
I'm not sure.
I'm a little confused. Why did he go on the outside there? I wasn't expecting that, but look at, he's holding up that inside lane. Everybody's going to start going to the outside lane now. You see them going by 38 of Hogue.
We don't normally do instant replays on during green flags, but you got to take a look at that restart.
We have to. That was very interesting.
Yeah, it looks like the top line didn't go. The 38 was getting ready to fire from third in line. Looks like the 45.
Is it because they backed up in front of the 38?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. That'll be a Monday morning quarterback thing. We'll figure it out tomorrow or even later on tonight in the Big Red Trailer. A little VidaneTV After Dark potentially coming at you on the old Twitch stream. But, man, back up front, back green flag racing. 70 laps to go. The 29 car out front, his teammate right in behind him. There you see the 38 of West Hogue. No penalty, it looks like. He's going to hold on to third. Trey Whitehead up in the mix. Hunter Carmichael in the 92 car. He wants that lead back. And, man, he's pushing hard on the outside, getting that 23 car up even with the 29.
It really is. And look, we're already on lap 130, Paul. This is going to go crazy. We have like 70 to go. This is going to go fast now.
Yeah, we've got just 20 drivers back on the lead lap here. 70 laps to go, 130 of them down. You can see we're getting 3 wide already. Snapping to a Slim Jim indeed. The 933 of Keniston trying to make some magic happen. He's got himself a gap down to the bottom side and trying to close that hole, move himself up into the mix and try and get himself, indeed he does, into the top 10. The 933 up into 10th. James Mayer in the 95 there as well. The 5 and the 9. They're holding on to the spots. They're all chasing Dale Cup, though. The 29, Zachary Lima holding on to it. Sean Hill, we talked to those guys just a few laps ago, and they essentially want to just make sure that they're holding on to that lead. They want to do everything they can to work together, and communication seems to be on point.
It sure is. Now, with communication comes key, and with key comes a victory. So if these drivers in the DC group can keep coming with this good communication, don't make any mistakes, they got a chance.
Everybody know, and it's cool to see these teams are put together of 4 drivers. You can go out and win the race by yourself and win $100, but if your team gets a good finish, your team puts on the best points package, and you guys finish on top, it's split 4 ways. That's $125. So you get a little bit of incentive.
Engine went out, I think.
Oh, we see a blown engine. We see, is it the 44 of English?
I have no idea. I saw smoke back there. I wasn't sure who it was. It looked like they were going around the driver.
Hunter Carmichael.
92.
Oh, no. Heartbreaking. The 92 cam. Oh, my goodness. Passed all of the cars at least 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Already used that quick repair. Oh, man, that is tough. The 92 car. Not going to finish this race. Caution doesn't come out, though. Still staying out. Green flag racing. And mixing it up towards the front, though. Whitehead in the 23. He wants to make that high side work, and so does the 38 car. West Hogue all over his back bumper.
And that's a shame for the 92. We saw him struggle here at Talladega early on in this race, and he finally got back up to the front. just once again, it's not going his way. He's going to have to try a different night. Good racing from him, though, tonight. Can't wait to see what he can do next time.
But that's also going to be something we got to keep in mind. Your teammates, they're running the same setup, they're running a similar setup. Or did you make the same call? Did you put as much tape on as your teammate is? Now you've got all that kind of cooking on the back burner, in the back quarter of your brain, and you're not really focusing 110% out the windshield like you do. So you got to really kind of set your focus, but you also have to kind of bear in mind your teammate may have just blown up. So you got to wonder about that. You really got to take care of the equipment, at least for the last 10 laps, and then kind of throw it all to the wind and see what sticks.
Yeah, I say with 10 to go, throw all your cards in, you're all in at that point.
There you can see a big push there from the 38 Hogue on the back bumper of that Team Watson ride, the 23 car. Trying to push him up in the lead, trying to get around that 29 car. A tall order indeed. We've seen and we've talked to those Dale Cup drivers. Hold on, top 2, top 3, Steven Korosik and Cody Nagels back outside of the top 10. And there you can see there's a whole slew of cars that are gunning for that number 1 spot with 65 laps to go as they cross the stripe. Still being held by that 29 car, has to be the most laps led by now at this point. We'll get a stat on that at the end of the show, but great racing here put on here tonight. A little special event action to cap off a successful season with the Liberty Racing Super Speedway Series. This evening's race, the VidaneTV 200. These guys put up $20. Big slide for the 38. Holy cow. Speaking of adventures, he's going to get a little bit of help now in the middle groove and lead that line up towards the front. 97 cars deep. We are all over the place.
I don't know what that was or what move that was, but he made it work, and look at the 38 with that momentum on the outside.
We made mention the 38 car, the big boss man, Wesley Hogue, is hungry. Went this entire season, the Liberty Racing League Super Speedway Series that he put together, winless. Didn't get a single win because the competition was so intense here on Tuesday nights on VidaneTV. Come out and show these guys he's the Maverick. He's been doing this for 3 decades. Wants to get himself a win here on VidaneTV. Big run from the outside. The black and red machine making his presence known. Not quite enough momentum, though. Going to have to tuck back into this middle group.
For sure. As you see the 38 side by side with the 29. The DC car right there. And look at another DC car pushing his teammate to the lead here. So you're going to want to try to break them 2 up if you can. As you see, we're going to try and make it a 3-wide appearance here, 7 rows back.
You guys know they want to get up towards the front for these last couple of restarts or the last couple of pit stops to make sure that there's nothing that's going on up in front of them. Usually the safest spot is out front, but we've seen some mistakes from some of the leaders throughout the night and throughout the Liberty Racing Super Speedway Series here on Tuesday nights, and you can see big run once again from the outside. You'll probably see a couple of these drivers kind of jump up from the back to try and help that high side, but right now Cole Bohannon, the 38 car, is going to drop kick his way into the lead, going to slide on over the hood almost of the 29 car. Hogue to the point, going to lead himself a lap in this special event here tonight, and he's going to try and hold on and lead every single one of these last laps. He's going to go up on the outside, take that momentum with him, going to steal it away from Hogue once again.
And that's the thing with Hogue. Once you see that opportunity, don't wait. You got to take the opportunities. You see the 6 now. You try to get around the 29. Still side by side as you see the 96 and 25 working together. We're going to push the 29.
Aaron Matthews in a 5 car down on the bottom side had the lead for a hiccup, but back around goes the 25 car. He's going to get a big push. Zachary Lima trying to get back up to the back bumper of him, and you can see everybody trying to work together to try and get up towards the front. All 3 of those cars up top, all teammates all trying to get up towards the front. Everybody trying to get around Dale Cup. They've got it back down on the bottom side, slicing. Dyson looking for air, looking for a teammate. The 5 goes high. Hogue tries to go with him. No room for him. He sticks down to the bottom side. 139 down. Holy moly, we got a long way to go, but we're closing in on that checkered flag, and these drivers are racing like it is their last lap here at Talladega.
They sure are. And look at the 6 car of Cody. I mean, my bad. The 5 car of Aaron Matthews on the outside lane, trying to get that push once again, trying to get around that 29 car, but that 29 car just finds the magic in this track for some reason.
Yeah, those guys hooked up, running the same setup, similar setup, and similar mindsets. You can see Wes Hogue there as well.
Oh, someone's kidding.
Driver coming down pit road. We'll see Anthony English, I believe, in the 44, maybe not. 45 car coming down pit road. Joseph Mitchell with BCR. Looks like an unscheduled stop for Bad Company Racing. That may very well not be. 140, 20-lap intervals, 60 laps. Maybe he's going to try and play the fuel game here in the closing laps at Talladega, but still a few pit stops left to go, and these guys know it, but they're still trying to get up towards the front. Look at this high side, slice and dice their way through the air and trying to get up, trying to get a little bit of momentum. You can see the 5 car kind of holding on to that middle groove, but everybody else trying to get it happening up on the high side.
For sure. Look at Chevy, Ford, Toyota, all trying to work on the I lane, but it's just not working. There's too many cars on the inside. They're going to follow the back.
Yeah, and you can see everybody trying to get hooked up down on the bottom side once again, and that usually symbolizes that these guys are getting ready for green flag pit stops, and maybe that was a scheduled stop a lap ago. Get it in, get it out of the way. No other cars that you have to worry about coming down pit road and potentially messing up that pit road entry. You can see one of the drivers going all the way down. That's a lap car. It looks like a modified.
17.
I think that's a 17. Yeah, Kevin West not having a good day. Not having a good finish in that ride, but still out there trying to entertain the masses as he does all over social media. Trailer Park Dude on TikTok and on Twitch. Go follow him. Tell him VidaneTV sent you, and you won't be disappointed, I promise you. We're passing the entry of pit road, but you can see these guys are kind of looking. They're looking out the left-hand window, seeing if their crew's ready to rock and roll, because we are coming up on another green flag set of pit stops here coming up shortly.
And do you think this is going to be the last green flag pit stop of this race?
It's tough to tell. I think the business is about to pick up. We've seen a lot of give and take from these guys all night long. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more take.
And the one thing you want to look out for is once these drivers all start getting inside lane, that means it's going to be green flag stops pretty soon. So if we do have green flag pit stops and we do have a green flag run, I do believe this will be the last stop. Now, if there is a caution, probably going to come down once again, get a little splash of fuel because it's just too risky here at Talladega.
And there you see the 45 car came down pit road, lost a lap there under green flag conditions. Didn't have anybody to keep that draft up, keep those lap times up with them. And you can see Rowdy on the door handle. Rowdy indeed trying to make that magic happen. We'll lose slice and dicey action back there. Going to lose the momentum with a bit in that middle group, but they're going to gather it back up on the high side. And, man, that's still a good-looking paint scheme. Those guys up in the high side, and they are putting them to work in those Mustangs, trying to get up towards the front, and they're going to show that they know a thing or two about this super speedway race.
They really are. Look at that damage on the front end nose of that 07 car. I don't think that's affecting the draft for him right now, but he just can't get around his teammate.
And that may very well be from beating up the back bumper of his teammate, because you can see there's some damage on the back bumper of the 29. Yeah. So those guys have almost made the bed that they have to lay in, and one's going to have to push and one's going to have to pull, because I don't know if that 07 car's got enough front to lead, but that's something you deal with on the last lap, right? You can see the 38 car, no teammates around him, but those HM guys up on the top side, slicing and dicing, trying to get the momentum, dropping back a little bit. It seems like this is the kind of point where you're looking out the windshield, looking at the rear view. Who's where? Who am I going to work with? Is it a teammate? Well, maybe not. We got to do something. We got to get up to the front.
Got to try whatever is going to work your best. See where your car's handling best. Hook up with a different manufacturer if you can. Just try to make your way up to the front.
You got to do it better always, and then you win. That's the name of the game. Getting the win, getting the trophy, getting the money, and running away with it here. The 29 car leading almost all of the laps here tonight at Talladega. Most of the laps being led by that DC crowd. The Dale Cup guys showing they know a thing or two about this super speedway stuff. And there you see, you and I have been kind of talking about it for a couple of laps now, but everybody getting lined up single file. This is usually a telltale sign that these guys are getting ready for a green flag pit stop, and I'd say it's about that time.
Yep. I'm going to have to say, too, it's about that time, just like you said. They are all getting ready to come down pit road. I'm not going to be shocked if they pit within the next 5 laps.
You can see a couple of guys getting hooked up on the outside. They're going to see if they can make it work, kind of testing the waters just a little bit, driving by. Looking like everybody just kind of the calm before the storm here at this point. Still looking around, still kind of doing their homework, kind of getting ready for that last stretch here, that last 50 laps. That lap is 40, 30, 20 laps to go here at Talladega. You really want to kind of set up. It's high-speed chess, 200 mile an hour, virtual high-speed chess here at Talladega, and really all the super speedway racing. And you can see Hogue still holding on to the lead on that outside line. Only 2 guys up behind him there, but still making it work. You can see making a little bit of momentum, and the 07 all over his teammate, trying to hold him out of the lead.
And that's the thing here with the 38 of Hope. Now, if all these drivers that are lined up on the inside go to pit road, they are typically now messed up because they are not on the inside line, and they're going to have to try to figure a way to get on pit road without wrecking each other.
You can see Cole, or the 38 car, Cole Bohannon sponsored a little CB attitude. Big slide in behind him with the 25 car. Gathers it back up, tucks back into the tire tracks, though, of the 38 car. Wesley Hogue trying to get himself a lap led, trying to lead the last lap, get himself a win here this evening. Kind of an all-star who's who way to cap off the season. A successful season here with the Liberty Racing Group. Throwing on the special event here tonight, the VidaneTV 200 here on VidaneTV. And lots of money on the line, hardware on the line. Most importantly, though, the bragging rights of winning yourself a team event. One of a kind here that we've seen on VidaneTV. And these guys know there's a lot on the line. Slicing and dicing, 53 laps to go. We have no idea who's going to come home with that checkered flag, but we've got a pretty good idea. It's going to be an entertaining finish.
For sure. And Paul, what do you think about a crank it up?
Oh, we can do a crank it up indeed. Lots of different camera angles brought to you by the folks over at TrackCams22.com. Let's take a little peek at some of the sights and sounds here at Talladega Superspeedway. No better sound in the world than the sound of a race car, especially here at Talladega Super Speedway. 50 laps to go here in the big one, the big show. One of the biggest, one of the longest, if not the biggest and the longest race we've had here on VidaneTV 200 here at Talladega. Showtime Paul Strickland Jr. up here in the broadcast booth, and alongside me, Daniel Paulus Jr. making his VidaneTV debut. And a damn good debut. See that 5 times. It's been here tonight, Daniel. Having a good time up here in the booth here with you, man. What are you thinking for this final 50 laps?
Oh, I'm having a great time. Can't wait to see what happens in this next 50 laps here. It's been an exciting race so far. I've seen a lot of crazy accidents, a lot of crazy moves and aggressive moves, and some pit road mistakes, but it's just getting started here with you guys, and I can't wait to continue my broadcasting career with you and the other broadcast members here on this network.
So we talked about a lot of the folks out in the field, out on track here tonight, the Liberty Racing folks. I've talked a whole bunch of smack about myself here tonight. Tell us a bit about your background. Where are you from? What kind of stuff are you into?
Yeah, so I got myself into iRacing about a year ago. And I started my career out on iRacing with the late model series, working my way up to the ARCA Menard series, and then finally into the truck series, and filled in for some Xfinity Cup races. But for me, I usually was a truck driver, and for me, I would always go out and struggle because, it's hard to find the setups and whatnot. But as I kept progressing, I just kept getting better and better and better. And I just kept taking tips from these other drivers, my crew chiefs, and everybody else that's been helping me through my iRacing career. But then I got this opportunity of Bluegrass, which is another network company that I used to work for. They gave me an opportunity to be a pit road reporter for half of their season. As we see green flag pit stops underway, as you see
Oh,
29
big
making
contact.
Oh,
Lots of drivers getting slowed up. We
wow.
got to see some replay on that action. But, man, the caution flag going to fly. Still wrecking on pit road. I believe the 933 of Keniston may have been involved in that incident.
Man.
But calamity indeed getting down in the final 50 laps or so in this one. Got to take a peek at that replay.
For sure. And like I was saying really quick, I started broadcasting with them, and then I just started retiring, and now I'm part of the broadcast team here for this network, and it's been an exciting journey so far. As we see our replay right now, you see the 933 right behind the 17 with that damaged hood. Let's see this replay here. You see the 23 on the inside. Heading down the back straightaway, coming in turn 3. It's coming up very soon. Let's see what happens here. Looks like we might go 3 wide right here. 17's going really high. 933 is going to go past 17. 17's falling back. See 23 on the inside there. Oh, see a car on the apron there. There we go. Looks like the 933 was trying to come down, and it just didn't work. See 79 get collected there. 23 is involved. It looked like it was just wrong time, wrong place.
Yeah, and if you're gonna wreck at Talladega under a green flag pit stop, may as well do it in style, right? Let's back this up. Let's back this up. We're gonna take a little onboard action of the 933 at Keniston here, because this is one of those moments where you got to come down pit road and probably change your drivers. Take a peek. There you see everybody coming down. Thought he had it cleared. Didn't quite have room. Bing, bing. Holy smokes, we're going left. Let's go left. Let's go right. Let's straighten it back out. Let's give each kind of corner of this car a little kiss, a little nudge, and let's hold on to 4th place. After all of that, some phenomenal drive. And there you see, he's going to come down pit road and change that driving suit out in the 933. You may as well grab some tires at that point, too. Well deserved for that car. But
it's better than nothing.
That is a piece of driving expertise right there for Leon Keniston in the 933. Sure. Heads up, indeed. But there you see, 29 car, the Red Bull KTM ride back up front, still has that 07 car there with him. And we're going to see the restart here with less than 50 laps to go. These teammates are going to be side by side now on the restarts. Yep. And what do you do if you're the guys behind them? Do you try and push, or do you try and kind of get everybody else lined up? Do you try and kind of work with Dale Cup, or do you work with everybody else against them?
That's the thing here. You don't know when these cautions are going to come out. And if you don't have damage repair left because your car's so damaged, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, do you want to go for it? Do you want to stay in the pack? Do you just want to stay back and relax until there's 10 to go and then start making your move? I mean, if it was me, I would just stay back towards the end of the pack, and then when it's 15, 10 to go, that's when you start making your way up to the front and you use those tires. As you see the 29 there on the apron.
Yeah, down on the apron, saving a little bit of fuel, knowing that there's at least one more pit stop in this one. We kind of saw these guys make it about 20 laps or so on a tank of fuel, and some of the drivers kind of taking tires, not really too worried about it as far as tire wear goes on this one. A couple of drivers going to try and take a wave around, rejoin the tail end of the lead lap. 17 cars right now on the lead lap. You see the 83 car, Taylor Lasowski, right there on the tail end. Right up in front of the field here, so he'll get waved by once we get that one to go. And a couple of drivers towards the back of the pack going to come down, maybe top off that fuel tank, and maybe get a set of tires on the car and try and slice and dice their way up through the field, and maybe even get a little damage repaired, because as we're getting some of the shots all the way around these race cars throughout the field, there's a lot of dings and a lot of dents. ACI lights are off on top of the iRacing pace car. Once again, going to get ready for the restart. 10 cautions here, working at lap 154. Going to take that restart with 45 laps to go. Almost a sprint when you think about it. 200 laps on the docket here tonight. And these drivers all paying $20 entry fee to make it to the show. 43 drivers taking the green flag here at Talladega for the VidaneTV 200 presented by Conway Customs. And oh, by the way, Conway Customs putting together those fantastic trophies for the overall race winner and the team winner here tonight. And that may very well be saving some money on shipping if one of these Dale Cup guys can hold on to the lead. And they're showing their dominance. All 4 of their drivers up in the top 5. The odd man out going to be the number 5 car of Bad Boys Racing, Aaron Matthews. And he qualified out almost in the 20th position, 21st, thereabouts. And he's up here in the top 5. And he's got a shot to win this thing, but so does everybody. 17 cars we made mention on the lead lap. Getting down to it. 45 laps to go here once we take that green flag. We made mention there. You can see a good shot of the back of the 29. Has that bumper damage. The nose damage on the 07 car matches the damage on the back of that 29 car. And kind of made the joke a little bit ago. The 07 car may struggle just a little bit holding on to the lead with all that damage on the nose. And we're going to see right off the rip, green flag flies. The 29 gets a great start. Jump down on the bottom side. The 07 car didn't quite go, and that may very well because of that damage. And you can see the 29 car going to slide right on up in front of his teammate, take over those top 2 spots. Check that, top 3 spots for Dale Cup. The 027 car back in the mix, and you can see they're trying to get the 6 car up around the outside of the number 5 and take over those top 4 spots once again. Dale Cup putting together a piece of super speedway racing here tonight at Talladega. There you see Aaron Matthews in a 5 car. Got a little bit of damage there on the left-hand side of that car. Cole Bohannon's riding 38 of Wesley Hogue. He is coming in a hurry. Slicing his way through the field, dicing his way to the field. Wants to get up to those guys up front. Wants to get up and around those guys in the front. And there you can see he's going to hold on to that 5th spot for right now. Aaron Matthews there with him. The 95 of James Mayer. Kenny Haight up in the mix. The 25 of Jeff Tupka up in the mix as well. Everybody knows we're getting down to the closing laps here in this one. Wanting to get up into the front. Wanting to make sure they're in position to have a good green flag stop. The money stop, the final stop of the race here, and make sure they put themselves in position to win this one for themselves, but also the team of 4. Best team finishing here tonight gets $125 each, or $500 split however they wanted to, and the overall winner of the race walking away with that $100 bonus and trophies from Conway Customs going out to the winners here as well. And at this point, it really could be anybody in the top 17 drivers on the lead lap and all up in this lead pack. And you can see it's starting to get kind of dicey up towards the front, little 3-wide action as the 5 car has some help all the way up top. We've seen this before. The Dale Cup drivers leading the top 2 lines, or the top 2 rows on the bottom and the top groove. So it's going to be tough to try and get around those guys. You can see the 38 car third in line in that middle groove, and you got to know he's going to try and get up there, maybe take a little momentum off the back of the 027, but then he's going to try and shoot high and maybe bring that 5 car with him, couple of teammates in behind them as well. Going to try and make that high line work, but we've alluded to it a couple of times. When do you make that move? Is it wise to do that here with 43 laps to go, or is that something you kind of hold on to, maybe test it once or twice, try and see how long it's going to take to get that momentum up on the high side? And there you see Wes Hogue making that peak, seeing how much of a pull he was able to get, jumping on up on the high side, and just taking a note of it, putting it in the back of his brain, because that's going to be a tool we're going to use later.
It is indeed. As you see, we're going on lap 159, coming to the start-finish line here. Look at who it is. It's the 6 car. Let's see what he's got. Now that he's split the DC drivers apart now.
Nagel's going to go down on the bottom side. I believe that's going to be the first time the 6 car is going to lead some laps here tonight. That may very well be the plan. The teammates all giving each other's a turn in the spotlight and putting on a hell of a show here for us on VidaneTV, and so isn't that 38 car. Wes Hogue, big bump on the back of the 25, a little bit squirrely, holds on to it. The 38 car is showing everybody, though, that he is hungry, pushing the 25 car, trying to get him go or go out of the way. The 38 car coming in a hurry, and he's going to try and get up to the top side.
Oh, Wes right there is getting a little impatient now. As you see Cody in the lead, right behind him is the 07 is Sean Hill. Right behind him in third place is Zachary.
5 car going to jump up high. The 027 going to follow him up. The 97 car, or the 96 car,
38
check
might
that,
go
23,
up.
25, all lined up, door to door to door. That's not the way you want to be lined up when your teammates here at a super speedway, so they're going to have to reassess and get back out there. But man, oh man, calamity ensuing, crossing the stride, 40 laps to go here at Talladega.
These laps are winding down fast and quickly now. As you see, the 6 car of Cody still side by side, but now here comes another DC driver, Sean Hill, on the inside lane. Man, they are slicing and dicing right now.
Entertaining the masses as we like to do here at VidaneTV. And again, thank you so much for joining us here on a Sunday night. Missed the cup race. It's going to be tomorrow. It's raining in Dover and pretty much everywhere. All the short tracks seemingly canceling out here up in the Northeast. Spring Sis are going to have to wait 2 weeks at my home track, Stafford Motor Speedway. But holy smokes, the 933 at Kenniston getting a little bit loose down there. Snapped into a Slim Jim and taking a bite out of crime and holding on to it. Great save there by the 933. Really showing us some heads up super speedway driving behind the wheel of that 933 car, and showing that he knows a thing or two about these super speedways. And with less than 40 laps to go, the sun starting to set. Say that 5 times fast. Sun starting to set here at Talladega Super Speedway. Getting to race into the darkness, into the wee hours of the evening here tonight. Been a long night so far. Got a little bit of time to go here. I'm going to be able to talk to a bunch of drivers after the show and kind of find out what's going down, what's on the go for the fall and here on VidaneTV. And we'll take a moment to talk about what we're doing throughout the spring and summer months here as well in the real racing world for myself as well as VidaneTV. Lots of cool stuff coming up in the future. New HQ, new studio being built up. There's a whole bunch of cool things on the docket here for the future of VidaneTV, and I promise you, you're not going to be disappointed. And man, oh man, speaking of not being disappointed, nobody should be disappointed here tonight with the action that this group is putting on the board here for us tonight. It's 200-mile-an-hour virtual chess here with these race cars, and it's been a long night, 3 hours, top of the third hour here tonight, 162 laps in, 38 laps to go. I'm tired. You're tired. These drivers are tired. Holy moly. But you still got to focus. You got to look out the windshield, and you got to focus on that checkered flag. And, man, the Dale Cup guys, they're doing everything they can to make sure that they hold on to it.
They really are. And I have a feeling this race is going to end within 30, 35 minutes from now. So we'll see what happens here. We're almost done, guys. Keep your foot in it. We're almost there.
Racing into the primetime hours, past the primetime hours, getting into bedtime here at the Dane HQ, but entertaining. By no stretch of the imagination. The 07 car, Sean Hill holding on to the lead. Cody Daigle's up on the high side. Zachary Lima, those three guys all hooked up. James Mayer in the 95 car. Wes Hogue up in the top 5. Couple sounded like we had a motor blow towards the back of the pack. We'll have to double check on that, but we stay green.
Still in the lead is the 6 right there. As we see, this is our second pack with the 45, the 17 damage, 83 with hood and
big
rear
wreck up
damage. No,
front.
it's the big one. Oh, man, that's the 38 of Wes. Oh, man. That was the 6 car, too. I saw in the picture there.
Yeah,
oh,
big
man.
wreck up front, and looks like it started up front indeed. Everybody getting a piece of the action. We'll take a look at it at slow motion once we get the blimp to spin itself around.
38.
You can see the 38 car getting into the back bumper of the 29. Not quite square. It didn't look like. See if they can get it sorted out. There you see it. Sloppy. It comes gone down, and there's the contact, and man, just up into the quarter panel. Takes out his teammate in the 07, gives the 6 car. Everybody up front wrecking, and not a lot of space on track for drivers to get through and behind them.
And that's what I was saying right there. If you get on their corner panel, that's going to send the car, get the air all upset, and that's just going to send them around, as you see multiple cars in this wreck here, as we are under caution here, which means drivers will be heading down pit road.
Yeah, going to be a lot of drivers coming down. We'll see if anybody's got any of those quick repairs left. Right now, the 95 car, James Mayer being scored as the leader, but you got to figure everybody going to come down pit road. I don't think they can make it to the end from here. I would think there's probably one more stop in between here and the end of it, but now's a great opportunity to get that car worked on, get everything sorted out, and kind of set yourself up for that finish. See all the lead lap cars coming on down pit road, and it's going to be a lot of guys that really taking 4 tires and banging on some of that virtual sheet metal. Looks like the 027 may have missed the pit road. Going to drive on by the exit there. Not sure. There he is. Gone through, and a lot of drivers still taking that fuel only. So it's going to be interesting. Lots of different strategies going into the final closing laps here, and there's a lot of names up in the top 10 that we haven't talked about most of this race, and this is going to get interesting. You see the 29 car gets off pit road at first. The 23 of Whitehead right in behind. Leon Keniston in the 933 is going to be scored in third. As you can see, the tail end drivers up in front of the pack. Kenny Haight in the 46 Ford. He's going to run 4th. Rick Seabrans in 5th. The Liberty Racing League champion, the Tribal Chief Mark Mann in the 04 car. He's running in 6th. Payne Faust in the 7th spot. James Mayer back to 8th. Taylor Lasowski in the top 10. He's in 9th. Cody Nagels holding on to a top 10 spot there in 10th. Jared Bolliard right on the outside in the 79 car. A little bit of damage on that Chevy in 10th, and a couple of drivers coming back down pit road, kind of messing with us just a little bit on the timing and scoring. And we appreciate you kind of bearing with us with the timing and scoring there on the left-hand side of your screen. Drivers needed a little bit of a nickname change so they can kind of follow along with who's on what team. A little bit of almost a team all-star race setup here tonight. 4-car teams. The team that gets the most points here tonight wins $500 and trophies here from Conway Customs, and the overall winner of the race also getting a trophy and a $100 bill as well. So these guys racing for a bit of money, a bit of hardware, and a whole lot of bragging rights, putting on a cap to a spectacular Liberty Racing League Super Speedway Series. And Wes and I talking before we came on the air, already penciling in the next season for once the snow starts flying once again and things get cold in the real racing world. But going to be exciting, and lots of cool stuff going on here at VidaneTV in the spring and summer months as well with the real racing. Getting hooked up once again with the Renner Race Car Group at Stafford Motor Speedway. Going to be sponsoring the number 6 street stock entry for that fleet. Going to be on board with the 23 car as well with Alex Spinato, 3rd generation race car driver at that track. Really looking forward to watching Alex's run for Rookie of the Year this year, especially after seeing Dave Mason Jr. get Rookie of the Year last year in the street stock division at Stafford. A couple of families that I've known and been hanging out with for about 12, 13 years going to the track. So pretty cool indeed. I've got myself a race as well the night after the SRX race at Stafford Motor Speedway, July 14th. You'll be able to see this guy inside the VidaneTV number 6 street stock at Stafford Motor Speedway. Going to be camping out that weekend as well. I'm going to have hats and t-shirts and all sorts of stuff to give away. We may very well try and go live from the track and see if we can get a little after party action. Probably going to do that over on Twitch because Twitch is a little bit more PG-13 friendly, if a little bit more loose. So we'll see what happens come summertime. Always a good time at Stafford Motor Speedway. Got to thank Gary Spinato Jr., Paul Verrecchio Jr., and the entire crew at Rent a Race Car for allowing me to do that once again this year. I'm excited. Real racing stuff. I got the Enduro car at Waterford Speed Bowl. That's going to be all lettered up with VidaneTV all over it as well. Lots of cool stuff going on in the real racing world. But before we get there, we got to wrap things up in the iRacing world here tonight. Putting the cap. Holy smokes, it's been a long night. Take over, Daniel.
Yeah, guys. My legs are falling asleep now. It's been a wild event here tonight. Wasn't expecting it to be this long, but we are in the prime time hours. It is now 10:11 Eastern time. We are getting there. I expect this race to be over by 10:40, so that leaves me 15 minutes to watch my TV show before I go to bed. But anyway, it's been awesome here tonight. I am so excited to see who comes out on top first, and it is all for money.
Money, hardware, and pride on the line. We'll see if we can get these Ricola cough drops. They don't sponsor me yet, but damn it, they should. Getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Yep.
33 laps
Here
to
we
go,
go.
and we cross the stripe. Already beating and banging. Green flag flies once again from Barney in the flag stand. Go, go, go.
Here we are, 1 lap 67. Almost there for 200. Almost there, guys. Once we get to 170, we are going to have 30 laps to go here. Now that the laps are winding down here. As you see, the DC driver finding his way all the way back up to the front. But look at that 933 of Kingston sitting comfortably in third on the inside lane.
Gonna have to see if we can get a Macho Man interview with the 933. Snapping to a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah. Doing everything he can to hold on to that third spot. Trying to get up there, finishing the money. Get himself a $100 bill and a trophy from Conway Customs LLC. Working a lap 169. 200 on the docket here at Talladega Super Speedway. Got at least one more pit stop left here tonight. And gives us an opportunity to really thank everybody out there watching in the internet. We're trying to take over the internet. Live on Facebook, live on YouTube, live on Twitch. We're trying to get live on TikTok, but apparently we need like 700 more followers or some odd stuff on that. So follow us, all the social media outlets. You'll be able to follow us as we bridge the gap between sim racing and real racing. And we've alluded to it throughout the night. We got a lot of cool stuff planned here for the 2023 calendar year and heading on in to 2024. And it's going to be a lot of fun to follow along, so be sure to give us a like, subscribe, follow, shares, all that good stuff. Hey, let that friends and family group know that you're watching some entertaining iRacing action here on a Sunday night. Who knew we'd be sitting here watching 500 miles here at Talladega, and we're watching, getting down to it, 42 laps to go, 32 laps to go. I'm not good at math. 32 laps to go here at Talladega with 15 cars on the lead lap, and being bookended by Dale Cup. One driver up in the front, two of them back towards the back, and Cody Nagel's kind of dropping into fifth.
And who said you need Mac and iRacing? Just keep your foot on the gas, look in the mirror, and you're good.
You just keep going until they tell you to stop, and you should be fine.
Yep. Look at that Valvoline car on the outside. It's a 95 car.
James Merritt showing some dominance in that 95 car. He as well been kind of up and down throughout the field and up in the top 5 right now on that top side. And got to give a shout out once again to that 90 car. Saw him pass everybody 5, 6, 7 times. Unfortunately, blew a motor about 20 laps or so ago, calling it early for that 92 camp. But putting on a heck of a show here for us tonight. And That's not to say that everybody else isn't. This is still a phenomenal race, still racing hard up towards the front. We've seen all sorts of different styles of drafting, from 2 to 3 car breakaways. We've seen some 4 car breakaways, whole lot of pack racing, whole lot of 2 wide, whole lot of 3 wide. We've seen 4, 5, 6 wide here tonight. Big time variety bucket here with 30 laps to go at Talladega, and you can see that sun already starting to set over the horizon there. Going to affect the driver's sight just a little bit for a little bit of time, but as we get into the darker hours of the night, we'll be not have to focus on that light too much. And man, oh man, you can see these guys getting antsy with less than 30 laps to go. Couple of guys towards the back, middle of the pack. They're trying to jump up on that high side to get everybody else to jump up there, up into the outside wall, but holds on to it. It's the 45 car. Gathers things back up and keeps it pointed in the right direction. But these guys know they want to get some of that momentum on the high side and see if they can't get up towards the front. Loskoski with a big move down to the bottom side.
As you see the 933 car of Kingston looking around, peeking around that 29 car, seeing what he can do. Try to get the error off of the 29 just to see if he can just get past him.
And the 29, Zachary Lima, has the most experience here tonight, leading the most laps. Keniston gets in to the open door. The 29 car trying to lead both lines. Didn't quite have enough time to get down in front. The 933 going to lead himself a lap for the first time here tonight. Nope, give that to the 29 car, but still has the momentum down on the bottom side. And you can see there's a big push down the bottom side. Mark Mann now third in line. Mayer and the 95 car back up into the top 3. He's doing everything he can to push the driver up in front of him. Car up into the high side, goes on down around. Keniston doing everything he can to get that 933 car up into the front.
As you see that 6 car, another DC car trying to get to the way his front. The look who's right behind him is the 9 car. I haven't talked about him lately. Let's see what he can do here at Talladega.
You can see Dale Cup doing a great job leading both lines. Almost shuffled the 23 car out to dry to get the 6 car to lead that outside line. And now you can see a big push from Seabrins in the 9 car. And he's no question, no stranger to the front of the super speedway packs, having himself a solid season in the Liberty Racing League. And you can see he's up in the top 5. Keniston there in the 933 as well. 95 Amer is there. Joseph Mitchell in the 45 car. Great running for him. He's up in the outside line. Couple drivers coming off of pit road. Taylor Lasowski moving on up. Mark Mann, the champ, is up in there. Kenny Haight, Payne Faust up in the top 10 as well. Anybody can come home with the victory. 22, 23 or so laps to go. Oh, by the way, we still got a green flag pit stop we got to worry about. And that comes down to it. When do you make that question, or when do you answer that question? When do you come down pit road? Do you take it with 20 laps to go and hope you don't get a green-white checker and on-off pit road as quickly as you can? Do you kind of stretch it out, maybe wait for a caution, or do you kind of split the difference and make sure you're safe on both ends? Want to make sure you've got enough fuel if we do indeed get a green-white checkered here tonight. And man, that's kind of adding the extra distance here to a 200 lapper. Don't really want to think about it too much. It's been a long night here in this stuffy production trailer, but man, oh man, we're having fun entertaining the masses as we do here at VidaneTV, and this group putting on one heck of a show here to cap off, again, a successful Liberty Racing Super Speedway League. Putting on a little bit of a money race here, big money race here on VidaneTV, and you can see Seabrins sliding on down to the bottom side, and there you see, guys are shooting for that bottom. You kind of almost alludes to those green flag pit stops coming up in the next 5 or so laps.
Yeah, as you see the drivers now making their way down, all filing in. Single file inside lane, just like you said, that means your final pit stop is coming up. So you know what that means? Do not make a mistake, because this will cost you the race win.
You've had opportunities to practice under caution, under green flag pit stop conditions, and we've seen a lot of pit road entries that definitely had some room for improvement. You got to make sure you get everything to a T here with this potential final stop of 25 laps to go on the board. Couple of cars, damaged cars down the bottom side, getting on around, getting put down another lap there. 13 cars now on the lead lap. The 027 going a lap down, as well as Sean Hill in the 07 car. And the caution flag is going to fly. Big wreck coming out of turn number 4. Taylor Lasowski involved. And that's going to throw a big monkey wrench into everybody's final closing laps here as we were getting ready to see some green flag pit stops. And this is going to put us just a lap or two outside of that fuel window to make it to the end. But you can see the 07 car seems to have been a little bit on the slow side down in the bottom. The 83 tried to get up high and around, and the 45 car was there. And you can see some big contact, big heavy hits back here with the 83 car backing it into the outside wall there as well. Going to take out a couple of those lead lap cars, and we've seen a lot of those guys already use that quick repair. But there you see it, 25 laps to go. We saw maybe a 22 lap run earlier on in this one. This is going to be tough. Do you come down and top off with 1 to go? Do you try and chance it and maybe bank on having another caution, or do you just send it? See everybody down on the apron of pit road, getting the cars level as they can to try and save as much fuel, making it so they don't have to put in as much when the pit crew gets attention to the cars. And you can see it looks like all of the lead lap cars planning to come down and get some fuel put in, and we'll see who's going to kind of gamble and see if they can make it with just this amount of fuel, or if they're going to come back down and top off once again. It's going to be a battle of track position and fuel mileage, and we've seen how that plays out. It works both ways here, and we've seen it both ways, many different ways play out here at VidaneTV, especially with this Liberty Racing crowd. And you can see drivers already coming off pit road. Going to be a fuel-only stop for the 04 car, it looks like, with Mark Mann. And actually, looks like Mark Mann may have stayed out on the track. 29 and 6 are going to come off with fuel only, and you can see the drivers starting to trickle on in behind them. But everybody taking their time, knowing that we're within a lap or two being good on fuel, so these guys going to have to save as much as they can. But we'll get everybody re-racked, restacked here behind the pace car, get everything reset. Going to have a restart with about 22 laps to go. Been a great race so far, been a phenomenal show so far. Do not miss the end. We'll be right back right here on VidaneTV. 23 big ones to go. Gonna get that restart with 22 laps to go here tonight. Taking a look at it, everybody came down pit road. We saw that everybody 7th on back from Mark Mann on back came down pit road and topped off on fuel. So they've got that little bit of extra in the tank, and that little bit of extra may very well make or break someone's night here tonight. But the 6 car been up front all night long. Cody Nagels gonna take the restart. 9:33. Leon Keniston strong in that Slim Jim ride. Gonna restart in second. Payne Faust, Trey Whitehead up in the top 4. Garrett Crawford, Joseph Mitchell, Kenny Haight, Mark Mann, Zachary Lima, Jarrett Bollier, James Mayer, Rick Seabrans. All the 12 drivers that are up here in the lead lap, and they are the 12 drivers that have the opportunity to cross the checkered line on the racetrack and take that checkered flag, take that trophy, take that money, and to ride on off into that Alabama sunset that you can see off the corners there. It turns, well, whichever racetrack the sunset's in. Coming down to it, though, Barry in the flag stand getting ready to give us the green flag one more time. We've seen these guys have their practice on restarts. We're seeing a lot of damage, but we're seeing a lot of hungry drivers, and we want to see a little bit of entertaining iRacing action here on VidaneTV. Green flag flies once again, jamming on up through the gears, trying to get up towards the front, slicing and dicing, gathering all the spots they can. Cody Nagels getting away just a little bit, able to pull a couple of car lengths up in front of the 13 car, but you can see big time push from the 23 in the back bumper of Keniston in the 933 car. Going to edge him up a little bit closer to the lead. The 93 car in behind, Garrett Crawford up into the top 5 for the first time this evening. Big time damage on the front of that car, but it looks like aerodynamically sound as he's going to hold on to that spot. Kind of drift up the racetrack just a little bit, see if he can get some momentum and get that middle lane moving just a bit, slicing and dicing back a little bit, mid-pack on back, 2, 3 wide, beating and banging on each other, trying to get every position they can, trying to save a little bit of fuel, but trying to get up towards the front as well. Calamity ensuing, crossing the stripe, 21 laps to go.
21 laps to go here at Talladega. This is the moment we all been waiting for in these closing laps here. And they're going to go by fast. So I say within the next 20 minutes, this race is going to be over. So this is going to be an exciting finish, and I can't wait.
Picking them up, putting them down, 21 to go. 933 down the bottom side, the 23 going up top. Whitehead in that 23 Camry, going to get that push from the 93 car. The 96 there as well, and you can see he's going to try and make that push up on the high side, and more cars moving up to the high side, the middle groove. They're going to try and split it up just a little bit, go just a little bit higher, make that third line try and work out here at Talladega. Getting ready to cross the stripe, 20 laps to go, and some of these drivers might want to start trying to save a little bit of fuel, but how do you do that when you're 2x2, 12 rows deep, battling it out for the lead?
That's the problem. You can't lift, so you really can't.
And you can see we've seen a couple of times in the past here, even with the Liberty Racing League, the Super Speedway Series on Tuesday nights, where we've had some of those fuel mileage races where nobody wanted to lead because you burn more fuel up leading in front of the back. 933 at Keniston, he doesn't care. He wants all the glory. He wants all the smoke, and that Slim Jim ride going to lead himself to some more laps here tonight in the VidaneTV 200 and show everybody that he knows a thing or two about this super speedway racing stuff here on the iRacing service. And it's been a great evening here so far, capping off a big show here tonight. One of the longest, one of the biggest, if not the longest and biggest show we've had here on Vidane. Got to thank everybody again for tuning in all over the internet. We're live on Twitch, live on TikTok. We're not live on TikTok. We're over on TikTok. It's been a long night, folks. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Facebook. We're wrecking in the top 10 once again. That's going to bring out the caution flag, or is it? One of the top 10 drivers spinning on or around. A lot of drivers getting some damage, getting involved in that, and caution flag does not come out. There you see the 13 of Foss going to kind of shake the cobwebs out, going to try and get back up through the gears. But there you see the 46 car. Big damage on the front of that car, but we stay green. 18 laps to go side by side. The 933 down the bottom side. The 23 car up on the high side by side for the lead, doing everything they can to come home with that lead. And we've seen Keniston up front many times before in the Liberty Racing League here on VidaneTV and all over the racetrack. A big time wreck in there once again up in the lead, and it's down below the yellow line, so caution flag not going to come out. Garrett Crawford in the 933, big time damage to that ride. We'll take a quick peek at it from the U-House Racing Design instant replay, and there you see just it looked like almost a sloppy block up towards the front, but man, oh man, the gloves are off here with less than 20 laps to go. We're going to cross the stripe with 17, and it's a dogfight out front. Trey Whitehead in the 23 car up in the front has some help with the teammate. The Dale Cup guys still up there. Cody Nagels in the 6s there. Jarrett Bolliard, where did he come from? He's in the top 5. Mark Mann there with him. Rick Stevens, James Mayer up in the mix. We heard in the drivers' meeting earlier on, before we came on the air, Wes Hogue came out and said we will not throw what they call admin cautions. Only all cautions that are going to be thrown here tonight have to be put out by iRacing. And if the wreck ends up being outside of the racing groove, well, that's how it's going to be. Green flag stays out here and really going to affect the outcome of this race. But that's super speedway racing in a nutshell. You really can't control. You can only control yourself. You really can't control what's going on around you. And how about these HM guys moving their way up towards the front? Top 2 spots holding on to it right now. Actually taking a look at it, DJ Daniels in the 96 cars. Lap or 2 down, but the 23 car is on the lead lap, leading the race right now. Kind of working together with his teammate up towards the front, and we're not really seeing too many other teams that have multiple drivers up in the top 10 until you get back to the BCR camp. Kenny Haight, Joseph Mitchell, the 45 and 46, but they're back in this second pack, and they've got a lot of damage, it looks like, on that 46 car. So that second pack kind of doing everything they can to try and stay out on the track. Garrett Crawford having some big-time damage on that 93 car after that incident. As you can see, the top 6, 7, 8 drivers kind of lined up here with a couple of lap cars in between, hoping kind of work together with that draft and try and get away from that second pack and try to get away from any late race calamity. 26 car sliding back on the top side. Everybody getting lined up down on the bottom side. We may mention we're going to have one more pit stop, I think, with these guys to get to the end. Coming down with 22, 23 laps to go. A couple of drivers coming down pit road with 1 to go to make sure that those fuel tanks were packed virtually full with that Sunoco race fuel. And you can see it doesn't really look like anybody's out there saving fuel or saving gas or anything like that. Everybody hammered down, lined up, bumper to bumper on that bottom side. Keniston in the 933, he's going to try and take a peek, maybe open that door open, kind of force that door open just a little bit. There you see he's going to tuck back into the tire tracks though of the number 6 car, and Cody Nagel's going to hold on to that second spot for the time being. Going to have to get around that 96 car. The last car kind of helping his teammate out hold on to the league, and you can see they've got another one of those teammates trying to get the high side working and bring in those reinforcements. But with one more pit stop looming, I think we're getting close to what could be another green flag stop.
It's going to be another green flag stop within the next 2 or 3 laps, I have a feeling. Sorry about not being on for the last 5 minutes. I had to go let my dog out in the downpouring rain. But yeah, I think the green flag pit stops are going to be happening within the next 2 or 3 laps here. And this is going to be the money stop here. So if you can get a good pit stop and you're the first one off pit road, you're good to go.
13 car paintball's going a lap down as the leaders come thundering on by. Everybody hooked up nose to tail, really putting down some blistering lap times, even with some of the damaged cars in this mix, kind of showing that, you know, the aerodynamics, they are a thing, but when you get tucked up here on these super speedway tracks, you can really kind of show that a damaged race car is able to help out and push. And you see a couple of teammates kind of working together. Another car a little bit slow on the pace. One of those modified looking cars. It's going to be the 07 car, I believe. Indeed, it is one of the Dale Cup rides going on another lap down for Sean Hill after being up towards the lead for so long in this race. But on the backstretch, 12 laps to go. Everybody kind of lining their P's and Q's. We've made mention, lots of give and take. The take's going to start picking up here as we get down to single digits. But I'm thinking this is going to be the combo between a couple of zones.
You never know here. It could be a total wipeout of the whole field, or it could just run smooth. Find out here in about 12 laps to go here. Now coming into the tribal with 11 laps to go is the 23 machine. Can he win and get rid of this DC Colt here right behind him?
And you can see a couple of drivers kind of take up on the high side and measure things out and see how much of a run and how quickly they can get up towards the front. And you'll see they're given a little bit of space now in that draft to see just how much time it takes to get up to the back bumper of somebody. And that's going to be how they're going to time out their moves here. And you have to be perfect. You have to communicate with your teammates or the drivers that are around you. Maybe you're going to work with another Chevy or another Ford, or you're just going to get up there and race with somebody that you know how they race and their style, and it kind of matches with yours. You don't really know what you have planned. You don't know if that's still on the table, but with 10 laps to go, sometimes you just go back to the drawing board and see what you can come up with.
And do you see anybody's motor going to blow up within the next 10 laps here,
100%.
you think?
Absolutely. You can see lots of slicing and dicing, big-time pushes here. These drivers are going to be doing everything they can. We made mention of the different styles of draft racing. We saw the pack racing earlier on, and now you're starting to see some drivers kind of break apart into teams, into two cars, and we're having ourselves a little bit of a two-car tango action up towards the front.
For sure. And look we are now going 3 wide once again. Oh, look at that. Wow, that was close. That could have been a caution right there, but we stay green here with 10 to go at Talladega. Look at that 79 car.
79 of Jarrett Bolliard has himself one of those wrestling-style championship belts, one from the Vidane Racing Super Speedway Series back in the day. Always there, and call him the closer, always kind of takes care of the equipment, make sure he has what it is, that whatever it takes to make it to the end of the race, and there he is up in the top 5, up in the top 3, trying to push that 6 car up into the lead, and then going to try and get around him with some help of his friends, the 04 of Mark Mann, the 9 of Seagrams in behind him as well. A couple of drivers that have worked together and raced together in that Liberty Racing League. They want to make sure that they get themselves the best opportunity here with 9 laps to go. Look at how hard Bolliard's pushing in that 97 car.
I don't know what to say here. I mean, this is anybody's race, and look at them. They are just going for it. I mean, I don't even know if they're going to do a green flag pit stop. I mean, you think they're all just going to gamble and go for it?
You almost have to at this point. Keep in mind the 96 car, multiple laps down, not being scored on the lead lap, but up there with his teammates, so he knows exactly what he's doing. He's going to stay on the back bumper of that 23 car till the end of this one. Anthony English finding himself an off-track incident, going to slide that 44 car, and that's actually going to bring out the caution flag, and that's going to throw a monkey wrench into some plans. I got a feeling everybody's going to come down pit road, but there you see the reaction, action, and reaction. 44 car getting a bit of a nudge there, getting spun on around by the 13 car, and that's a tough hit for the 44 game fuel ride.
It really is, man. Now, this is going to be it. I think this is what it's all going to come down to. Go and get your last set of tires, splash of fuel. This is going to be it.
100%. The pace car going to gather the field back up with 8 laps to go here. Going to get the restart with maybe 5-6 laps to go. There's going to be a couple of guys that are probably going to chance it and stay out. At this point, I would come down and get a gallon, 2 gallons of fuel tops. Make sure you've got enough for a green-white checkered, maybe 2 of them. Because if you get an extra 2-3 laps here on a 2.66 mile, that adds up quick.
And we do have to get the white flag.
Indeed, we do. And you can see that pace car going to gather everybody back up, and we'll take a look at what goes on pit road here. You can see the 23 car Dale Cup drivers have been up in the mix all evening long, but missing some of the teammates. Zachary Lima, the next driver on Dale Cup, back in 10. And the other two drivers look to Stephen Korsek has parked it down in the garage area, trying to see through timing and scoring. And Cody Nagels right there in second. So Trey Whitehead doing a great job in the 23 car, up in front, and the Dale Cup guys kind of struggling towards the end. Leon Keniston up there in the 933. But again, it's going to get a little mixed and matched here once we drive by the entrance of pit road.
Yeah, well, let's see what drivers come down pit road. And it looks like some of them are staying out. Half of the field goes in, half of them staying out. This is going to be an interesting turn of events here. Old tires versus new tires. See who has the most amount of fuel left here with just 6 to go. Looks like we're going to be coming back to green with 5 to go.
Top 4 drivers staying out on track. The 96 car more than likely going to get sent to the back of the pack because he is a lap car. That's going to be big for the end of the race. He's not going to be able to be on the back bumper of the he's going to get the wave by. He is the first car. We'll figure that out. But the 23 car, there you can see, is going to drop back here when we get 1 to go. So the 23 car losing its drafting partner. And that's going to add another mix into it as well. And you've got the top 4 drivers. They stayed out. Do they have enough fuel to make it to the checker? Do they have enough fuel if we get a green-white checker? We know everybody fourth, fifth place on back does.
And that is going to be crucial here for the 23. This is not what he wanted to see, probably. He just probably wanted to run this thing clean. But unfortunately, this is what happened, and now we are playing with our money here. So we might be losing our money instead of gaining money.
And you can see the field getting gathered back up, and a lot of worn-torn race cars here throughout the field. A lot of missing bumpers and fenders, and you can see a lot of flames shooting out of the exhausts on these cars. These guys really kind of burping the throttle, shutting the cars off, saving as much fuel as they can to make sure they've got enough to make it to the end here. And pace car going to bring us around. We're going to get that restart with 5 laps to go. You can see the 23 going to go down and kind of coasting down the apron, and it looks like most of the field on the bottom side of the track is going to follow them on down here. But, man, oh man, 4 guys not sure, not going to be able to, if they're going to make it on fuel or not. Everybody else in behind them, pretty sure they can make it on fuel. Do they have enough car? Are the tires flat spotted? Are we going to be able to stay awake for 5 more laps? Lots of questions going into this one. It's been a long night on VidaneTV. Got to thank everybody for tuning in here. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, all over the place. Get us on the social medias, the likes, the subscribes, the shares, the follows. Helps us out in a big way. Trying to build that brand, right? Just trying to get our name out there and bridge that gap between sim racing and real racing. A couple of drivers towards the back of the pack going to come down and top off those fuel tanks. And we're getting the 1 to go. We're going to get the high 5 from Barney in the flag stand. 5 laps to go here at Talladega. Everybody on their virtual feats, and got to thank, again, everybody for tuning in. Got to thank TrackCams22 for giving us these awesome camera angles with the iRacing service. TrackCams22.com. Got to thank Conray Customs for jumping on board here as well with a little bit of hardware we're going to be handing out. Been a long night. Handing out here at the end of this one. 4 trophies going to the winning team, and the overall winner getting a trophy as well. Along with a big old payday and lots of high fives and lots of bragging rights heading on in it to the iRacing off season, so to speak. This is going to be big. Beautiful sunset here at Talladega. The lights are off atop the iRacing pace car. Everybody lined up 2 by 2, ready to rock and roll for potentially what could be the final restart here of the evening. We know everybody outside the top 5 came down, topped off on fuel under this caution flag. They are good to go. The question is there enough fuel in the tanks for these top 4 drivers that stayed out? Whitehead in the 23, Nagels in the number 6. Mark Mann, the champ, won the Liberty Racing League Championship belt just a few weeks ago here on
Yep.
Tuesday nights on VidaneTV. Rick Sebrin's in the 9-car, strong showing in the Liberty Racing League as well. Those guys didn't come down pit road, and we'll see if they're able to hold on to it for 4 to go.
I don't know, man. Pull those belts strong one more time because it's about to get wild. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Look at this beautiful sunset over Talladega Super Speedway. As you see our pace car making its way out of turn 4 with the 6 on the inside and the 23 on the outside. 2 strong drivers. Will it be a DC driver that's been dominating all night tonight win here? Or will it be a new bird in the victory lane seat? We are about to find out. Take it away, Paul.
And there you see the iRacing pace car going to jump down to the safety of pit road one more time. Going to take that green flag with 4 laps to go. Lined up 2 by 2, 12 cars on the lead lap, slowly bringing them on down to that green flag. Barney in the flag stand says go, go, go. 23 gets a big shot up on the high side, little slicing and dicing. Mid-pack on back. These guys are going to jam on up through those gears as quickly as they can, and we are going to find ourselves a winner, and we're going to find ourselves a winning team, and we're going to pay some bills here.
Big bucks. Some big bucks about to get paid.
Big bucks indeed. All the way up through the gears here. Thunder gone down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Look at the big run from the 45 car. There's no nose on that car.
I was just going to say, look at the 45 with the run he's getting. He has no nose. Look at him. He's not out of the question yet. He's 5 drivers record running. Guess who's in this 6? It is the 45. And look, he's going to get help from that Slim Jim 933 as we are coming to with 3 laps to go remaining here at Talladega. Here they come. 6 still leading. 23 on the outside.
You got to wonder, too, with just single digits left to go, all those drivers that came down pit road may very well have put, car up the outside wall. We stay green for the time being. Another car losing a motor. We just took the words right out of my mouth. These drivers may very well have taped these noses up. So we got to watch out for any blown motors up here in the front. Coming to popsicle sticks. 2 laps to go. Once we get onto the other side of the racetrack, we're on the back straightaway now. The action's so intense, I don't even know where I am on the racetrack.
And that's the thing with your motor. Imagine being the 6 or 23 and your motor blows. You are going to wreck the whole field. And that is the question. Who is going to survive here at the end? As you see, wow, aggressive move. It is the 04 of Man. Look at Man. He is going for it. He's all in. Look at this. 2 laps to go. Oh, it looks like we might go 3 wide here. Looks like we're going to go 3 wide here, Paul.
3 wide, 4 wide. Mark Man wants that hardware. Big bump from the 23 on the back bumper of him. Holds on to it, though, but the 6 back up in front has its teammate up in behind him. The Dale Cup guys 1 and 2. The 45 car, strong push down the bottom side. Keniston with a big run. Coming down into turn at number 3. Slicing, dicing, wheeling and wobbling back and forth up into the top 10.
We just need to get to the white flag. That's all that matters. Just get to the white flag. If the caution comes out after white flag, it is official. This is it. Come on, guys. You're almost there. We can do it. Come on.
Caution, caution, caution.
Oh, for what?
Big
oh, my
wreck
God.
in the back. Hey, Zeus Marimba. What a action-packed final couple of laps. After a long, long, long night, it's going to get just a little bit longer. Indeed, it does.
My God.
Hard racing up towards the front, hard racing mid-pack, hard racing in the back, everybody getting tired, making some wild moves and entertaining the masses. There you see it, the 07 car gets turned by, I believe, a 46. Big contact by a lot of drivers towards the back of the pack here, and that's going to send a lot of folks on home mad, I think.
Oh, man. I'm going to fall asleep behind this wheel quick.
Oh, the action absolutely intense here, and what do you do if you're the guys that stayed out? You don't have enough fuel to make it under caution, do you?
I think you are. It's over for you guys. If you need fuel, it's over. It's pretty much over. So, I mean, if you're on fumes, you're gonna have to take pit road. There's no other option. You're just gonna have to.
You see everybody everybody kind of getting down, making a peek down. We'll see what the split is. A lot of drivers came down under that last caution flag, though, and took themselves enough fuel to potentially make it on a green light checkered attempt or two. And it looks like everybody, for the most part, staying out on track. So confidence rather high on the fuel mileage for all the lead lap cars. A couple of guys towards the back of the pack, they're going to come down. They'll probably get some tape put on those cars here for a little bit of a shootout, because we just saw some of the top lead lap cars get involved in a wreck coming to the white flag. So you never know what can happen. Get that thing repaired, get that thing taped all the way up, and maybe you got a shot outside the top 10.
I mean, look at the 45 car with that front end nose tore off. There was nothing left to the front, and he's already in what, top 10, top 5 already?
And it's going to be intense to see what the points look like for this team event. And what we'll do is we'll talk to the overall winner of the race first, and then we'll get a chance to talk to the winning team here, whoever gets the most accumulated points in this event. And I'm not touching that map. We're going to let the race officials take care of that, and we'll talk to them after the race and get the official word and find out who's getting these trophies by Conway Customs sent over to them. It may take just a couple of weeks, because I think I might hold on to them for a couple of weeks and get some good pictures of these VidaneTV trophies on the back of the VidaneTV stock car, the street stock that we're sponsoring at Stafford Motor Speed, just for the good photo op. We're all about the good photo ops here at VidaneTV. Plus, these things just look cool, and they look really good on my bookshelf, so I kind of want to hold on to them for a couple of weeks. Getting into the late hours of the evening, dare I say it, getting close to the wee twilight hours of the morning. Long race here tonight, biggest and longest race we've ever had here on VidaneTV. We appreciate everybody sticking around here tonight. Little overtime actions. We get green, white, checkered attempt numero uno, and we're going to find out who's getting those trophies, who's getting that big payday, and who's getting those bragging rights. Get that likes in, the subscribes, the follows, all that good stuff. VidaneTV for your news, Vidane.net for your sweatshirts. And here we go, getting that restart. Pace car down on the safety of pit road. Gonna grab a corn dog and a nice cold Pepsi, and maybe a Mountain Dew as well. We're gonna take the come on down to the line. Barney in the flag stand, gonna wave that green flag potentially one more time and get that restart of a lifetime. Gotta be on your mark here at this point. Green flag in the air. Dale Cup taking over the top two spots already. The 23 wants a piece of the action. So does Mark Mann in the 04 car. He's sliding and flying and widening and trying to find where he's going to make that move, how he's going to make that move with 2 laps to go, coming down the back straightaway. Once again, we've seen this book before. We know how it works out. Got to get to that white flag to make this race official. 6 car down to the bottom side. Has help from his teammate. 23 up top. Whitehead doing everything he can to try and hold on to that middle groove. But there you see the 95 of Mayer back up towards the front. Has the help of Seabrans in behind him. Trying to make it high, wide, and handsome. Out of turn number 4. Thundering on down that front straightaway. White flag, a white rag here at the VidaneTV 200.
It's official. Here we go. White flag in the air at Talladega. The 6th leading. Here we go. Look who's on the outside. It's the 95.
95 of Mayer trying to hold on all the way up there. Talladega BR, as it were, for some of the old heads out in the sim racing world. If you know, you know. James Mayer trying to make it happen. Has his buddy Seabrans in behind him in the 9 car, trying to push everything he can. They get a bit of a gap there. Clear. They move on down to the bottom side. Mark Mann up on the outside. All by himself, doesn't have any help. Sliding on down into the bottom side. Big run for the 23 car. Going to get up into the back corner panel. No dice. He's going to tuck back in, take one more shot. 95 car of James Mayer coming to the checkered flag. Just kidding. There's another 400 feet of racetrack. Still holding on to it. The 95 going to finish checkered flag. They're wrecking 4 wide in behind them. Holy cow.
Wow, I was not expecting 95. Oh my goodness. I thought it would be a DC driver. Oh my goodness. How about that for the 95 car?
Rick Sebrin's going to finish in second. Trey Whitehead in third. Cody Neagles, the Dale Cup ride in fourth. Zachary Lima in fifth. Jarrett Bollier, Joseph Mitchell, Leon Keniston, Mark Mann, Aaron Matthews up into the top five. And man, oh man, what a wild ride. What a wild finish to wrap things up. And we're gonna do things a little bit different here in the booth. We don't know who the winning team is yet, but we know who's going home with a trophy and a cool, crisp $100 bill. We're gonna talk to him while he's doing his donuts here down in the front straightaway. James Mayer, what a wild finish, man! What's going through your mind? Talk to us, bud.
Just happy to be there at the end. I had to keep it clean. You know, that was the problem here is trying to have a clean car. It's luckily we had one in the bank there, clean car. Got a good push there. So the high side got the high side rolling there, and happy to come home with a win.
Absolutely, and a long race here tonight. What was the game plan coming in here tonight? And did you were you able to stick to it as things kind of progressed throughout the night?
The game plan was really to save it for the end. I knew there was going to be some good cars in the field, so I knew there was going to be some good cars and some hard racing. So I wanted to be there at the end, and I was up front early and saw it was a little wild, so I backed out early and took some damage there. Ended up having to use a car late there, but the goal was to have a clean car for the end, just to have a shot at it.
Absolutely, and man, just being able to see all the way throughout the race, the 95 car up towards the back towards the front, passing a whole bunch of cars here, and getting the official word. I guess we can pop all the bottles and start throwing beers at each other, because just got the word from the big boss man, Wes Hogue, that Alliance Motorsports comes home with the team victory. We get to save a little bit of
Nice.
shipping and handling. 2 trophies, 1 box.
Nice.
Let's go. So we'll talk to all 4 drivers, but man, James, that's got to feel pretty cool to have your teammates kind of celebrate with you.
You know what? I love racing with these guys. We may not bring the best cars, but we're a strong team, and there's no one else I really want to race with outside of with these guys here. And just for these reasons, we work well together, and they keep it fun. That's the thing. We try not to get too upset. Don't let tempers flare. And they just keep it fun. So huge shout out to these guys for same strategy. They always just want to be there at the end just to get the best finish.
Absolutely, and we'll give you an opportunity to get those hellos and thank yous out there to whoever's watching here. For man, a little bit of money going in the pocket, getting some cool hardware here in the next couple of weeks. Who do you get to share that stuff with?
So of course the guys here at Alliance Motorsports, Rick, Mark, and Anthony. Huge shout out to Wes for putting these things on, and all the sponsors that are coming out and pitching in to get these things going. Of course, all the guys that come out and race. I know these things can get heated sometimes, but it's all good fun. Of course, you guys up in the booth putting on the show, and everybody that's out there watching.
Absolutely, and just taking a look here throughout the guys getting the hardware, trying to get the addresses. One of the addresses we already have, Mark Mann, you got another piece of VidaneTV hardware and a little racing hardware. And, hey, we got to get another picture with the belt and the trophy. I got to say, man, that was a dapper look with that belt across the shoulder.
Well, at work, they told me, because I told them about the race the day before, and they said, if you win, you got to bring that in. So I did, and got a picture of me with it at work. I was super pumped when I got that belt. It's awesome. I'm looking at it right now. Had a ton of fun this Tuesday season racing over here. And Wes says that we do this every time, Alliance Motorsports, but that's not true. We're licking our wounds a lot during the season because there's a lot of good drivers in the field, and some of those guys are stout at the end. And tonight we were just, fortunate to get it. I was destroyed, about blew the car up a few times. I had nothing for, Cody and Zach, Lima and them guys. Those guys had a monster setup tonight. And I saw Jim and Rick pass me on the outside, and the only thing we could do was try to get me to finish in the top 10 so we could at least maybe make a play for that extra $500.
Yeah, and the extra $500 always welcome, and being able to kind of split that with your buddies and your teammates is pretty damn cool. And gotta wonder, anybody from work staying up late watching tonight? You got another trophy to show off. Who else is out there watching?
Oh heck yeah! My friend Mara Clark, she watches every single race. I saw a text said she was dozing, but she usually watches the entire race. So say hi to her and anybody else from work watching. And I'm proud of our team, proud of Jim for winning, proud of Rick, proud of Anthony. Had a great time racing tonight. I love Liberty. This has been a wonderful league with a lot of really good drivers and a lot of nice people, and appreciate everything that you guys do broadcasting too. Pretty awesome, and all the sponsors.
And speaking of sponsors, it's always cool to have to be down in victory lane with a guy that's sponsored by Yeti Coolers. And Rick Sebrin's coming home tonight. Big run here tonight. Second place here tonight. Finishing in the money with your teammates. What's going through your mind right now?
Just real proud of the whole team. Total team effort tonight. Super happy to be a part of such a good team. The Yeti Alliance Motorsports Guerrero wasn't the best tonight, especially after we got like 37 seconds of damage there. We fixed it up as much as we could. We just we were kind of regulated there at the end to be a follower more than probably a leader. So, and we got real fortunate. Jim had a great run, and we were able to keep those RPMs up on that high side there and get a little bit of track position late there. And super fortunate to come home tonight. Like Mark said, we was behind the 8-ball probably most of the night. I think the Dale Cuppers had us covered, but we fought out there, and I think we just got fortunate just to be at the right place, right time, and get some good momentum and keep them RPMs high.
Making a little magic happen, and having a little help from your friends definitely didn't hurt as well. Who else is out there watching? Who else makes it happen for the Virtual 9?
Yeah, all the fans at home, they're watching, and especially Wes for putting this on, man. What a great race. Liberty does it right, man. We love being a part of this series and coming over here and doing big time races like that. This is my first ever 200 lap Talladega race, so to come home second, I'm pretty pumped about that.
Yeah, 100%. I know you guys are tired because I'm exhausted.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
You ain't lying. Of a show, and man, last
that
but
was
not
fun.
least, Anthony English not finishing on the lead lap, but still has enough car to get out there and do some victory burnouts for the team. Anthony, solid effort here tonight. Got caught up in a couple of things, but hey, all in all, pretty cool to come home with the team trophy on top.
Yeah, just one of those nights didn't really work out my way, and it seemed I ended up getting caught up in, I'd say damn near everything tonight. So I was literally just trying to survive, just trying to stay out there as long as I could, try not to lose many laps as I could, just try to do my part and keep as many points flowing on my end and stuff. So I did the best I could. So I'll take it, I'm real proud of the guys though, Jim going out there and Rick, them guys, winning it, and Mark's been up there most of the night too. So definitely proud of the race team as a whole, and awesome job.
Yeah, putting on a heck of a show, and we'll give you kind of the last call on the microphone. Anybody else out there watching, getting that virtual 44 team to and from the track?
Well, the guys pretty much covered most of it. You guys, big thank you for having Dean for putting this on, and Wes and everybody at Liberty. It's a great group of guys here. It's always a blast, and I like to watch. Thank everybody watching. My family, friends, my beautiful girlfriend who let me do this for 4 hours and all that, and on to next season. Can't wait until next year.
Absolutely. And speaking of next year, and speaking of final call, Wes Hogue joining us here in the production trailer. Long night, my brother. It is said and done. Phenomenal show put on once again by the Liberty Racing Group. Man, not quite the night you were looking for on track, but being able to kind of take a step back as the founder and admin of this league, and having your guys next to you and behind you, it's got to be a pretty cool feeling to have such a successful event here tonight.
After 4 hours, it's not a Talladega race without drama, without heated discussions, without the track almost going black. I want to thank everybody that signed up, everybody that joined. Obviously, we just had an absolute blast. I would like to just go on record saying I am sick and tired of Alliance Motorsports. I will be the first to come out here. Mark Mann, Alliance Motorsports, everybody. James Mayer now they remind me a lot of. Never mind, I won't go there. It's a certain illness that just keeps coming back no matter what.
We got beat on plenty this season.
Yeah.
You can't say that. We did.
There wasn't a car out there that didn't have damage. And that's exactly how I like my Talladega races. I like my Talladega races like I like my women, absolutely beaten and battered. And that's exactly how this was. And why is nobody yelling at me for that?
Shout out to Brett.
Because it's 11 o'clock at night on Easter. I mean, I don't think we have sensors this late.
Yeah. But no, seriously, congratulations to Alliance Motorsports. They will split the $500 no matter how much a wannabe pro team bitches about it. Congrats to James Mayer. Or James he kept on getting that outside going. His car looked like a Big Mac made at 3 a.m. It was just thrown together. And he got it done. That was a blast.
Oh man,
that was an absolute blast. And you know what? We're here to do two things. That's race and entertain, and we did that. We got some viewers, we got some more likes, and you know what? This is the Bowman Gray of super speedway racing, if there ever was one. And that's what we're here for. And I promise you, next race, next broadcast, we'll have even more viewers. Why? Because people are here to see this happen right here on VidaneTV.
100%. So getting ready to get things kicked off for next season. Wes, sponsors, drivers, fans, how do we get in touch with you? How do we get signed up for the Liberty Racing League?
Yeah, Liberty Racing League on Facebook is the best way to get a hold of us. We run Super Speedway Series in the winter, fall going into winter. And then through the spring and summer, we do these special event races. It's probably going to be a little bit until we have another one, at least a couple months. Summer starts to ramp up with work. So, but other than that, it's time to get ready for it, you know. And the cool thing is when we run these special event races, if you participate in our Super Speedway Series, you get to enter them for free for the first time. Remember, first time Alliance, you're paying next time, damn it. Of course, the free kids get everything, just like school. Damn it, government assistance. But that's cool that we try to take care of our drivers. We try to make new friends, and I think we did so as well. We're not going to be friends with everybody. Not everybody's going to like us. There's going to be cats that expect to win, and you know, when they don't win, they bitch about it, and someone else's fault. You're going to have that. Welcome to online racing. But the better team won. Alliance does what they do.
Thank you. It's also good to see our an in-house team win it, and it just proves and gives us more respect for them and for our league, that somebody didn't just come in and steal the money. They stole it themselves.
Always good
Shout
to be
out
able to pay your own bills, I guess.
Hi, Dan Holloway. He's watching. My friend. Had to give him a shout out. He messaged me.
Absolutely. And these guys getting back into their cars, I don't know if they're doing burnouts or if they're gonna go find where that Getty cooler.
They're gonna go out and party.
We got some partying to do. I'm taking my happy ass. It's
Shout out to Wes too.
Shout out to thank you, Wes.
Yeah, for putting on such great big events like this, man. This race was 43 cars for 200 laps, man. Shout out to Wes and Liberty, man. This is a lot of fun to be a part of.
Thank you. Don't get used to it. This fucking.
And on that note, we're all gonna go grab us a nice cold wobbly pop. Thank you so much for tuning in. Showtime, Paul Strickland Jr., Daniel Paulus Jr. making his debut in the broadcast booth here tonight. We'll catch you on the flip side when we do. We are gonna be doing it live.